Thanks. So good evening. This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. The recording of the meeting will remain online for 4 years. And if you are present in the chamber, you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless this has been agreed beforehand. As we begin tonight's meeting, I want to remind us all of the responsibility that we carry as elected representatives of this city. This chamber is not only a place for debate and decision-making, it is also a space that belongs to the public. Everything we say and do here is a reflection of how seriously we take the trust that the public have placed in us. Importantly, there are young people watching, our future leaders, who may one day consider stepping forward into public service, whether they are women, members of ethnic minority communities, those from any kind of diverse background, or anyone else who might wonder if there is a place for them in politics, in public service. We must show them by our example that public life can be conducted with respect, dignity, civility and purpose. It is my firm expectation that we conduct ourselves with courtesy, restraint and respect for one another, regardless of differences in opinion or political affiliation. That also means keeping our remarks focused and to time, so that all members have a fair opportunity to be heard. I will not permit shouting across the chamber, personal remarks, abusive or obstructive language, or interruptions while others are speaking. Each member will be heard in turn through the chair, and we will keep our contributions relevant, respectful and measured. The tone we set here matters, not just for tonight's decisions, but for the kind of politics we pass on to those who follow us. Let us carry out tonight's business in a way that strengthens the reputation of our city, that makes our city proud. Thank you. We'll now proceed to the agenda. Do we have any apologies? Yes.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Steph Chambers, Councillor Andy Lewis, Councillor Laura Brooker, and Councillor Sylv Evans. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other apologies?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Tree Chambers Diverse.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Chambers.
Councillor Brendan O'Donnell.
Thank you. Let's move on to the minutes. Have we read through the minutes? Do we accept that the minutes are good to go? Yep. Councillor Gravels? Yep. Yep. Councillor Hilton?
Yeah, I just want to suggest a correction to the minutes. It's 1727, and it's to do with, it says they're cathedral cities, and actual fact, in my response, I was responding about the key cities. So it says in Angela, so I think because there's a question earlier on about cathedral cities, which is a loose group of authorities looking at LGR. Key cities as a group of authorities of different sizes, and some of them are already unitary authorities, etc., etc. So it's a different group, and it's one that we are members of, and we pay a fee for being a member.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. Any other amendments? Okay. Happy to sign? Happy for me to sign? Okay. Okay, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? No? Oh, one. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a declaration. I'm actually a council officer for County Council. So when we're debating about local government, LGA, it would be best if, well, I just wanted to make that aware. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you. I'd just like to note that I work for the Gloucestershire Gateway Trust that might be mentioned in conversation, though I do not think it's a overly pecuniary interest, but it should just be noted.
It's noted, thanks. Councillor Gravels. No. Item 4, the call over. I will read out the agenda items that are available to be reserved for discussion this evening. If you wish to reserve any items for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. Item 9, local government reorganisation LGR update. Yes. Okay. Councillor Chambers. Okay, thank you. Item 10, the update 2023-2024 outturn and consequent impact on the money plan. Okay, yep. Item 11, Treasury Management Year-End Annual Report 2024-25. Okay, Councillor Chambers. And item 12, Council Membership Dispensation. Okay. And item 13, Urgent Decisions reported to Council. Okay, thank you. So items 9, 10 and 11 have been reserved for discussion. I will now call upon the Leader of the Council to move a motion to ask Council to approve the recommendations of those reports that have not been reserved for discussion. Councillor Hilton to move.
Yeah, what do I just want to find out? Council is asked to resolve that the recommendations of those reports which have not been reserved for discussion be approved. That's item 12 and 13.
Seconder. Okay, Councillor Wilson, would you like to speak now? So is that agreed? Okay. And now we come to item 5, public question time. Questions from members of the public and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. I will now invite those who submitted questions to ask one related supplementary question. I would ask members of the public to proceed directly to the question, which will be answered without discussion, after which members of the public should leave the speaking area, unless they have more than one question on the schedule. We have 15 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. Okay. That's it. It's Mr. Redwell. Okay. Mr. Redwell.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor. So the question I have on local government organisation, it's going to happen. There's no way the Labour government's going to change its mind. I can assure you of that. I've spoken to them. So the question is, what discussions are taking place then to make sure that we get a sensible unitary authority that covers the area of Gloucestershire and is actually big enough to maintain the big services like highways, transport, planning, housing, which are big major services of the county. And then the second part of that is there going to be discussions here on setting up a city council, similar to we've got in Wiltshire or Taunton Town or Yeovil councils, which Somerset have done. And the third point is nobody's talking about the Mayoral Combined Authority, and yet, as we speak tonight, the decision is being made to move Gloucestershire's Health Integrated Care Board into Bristol already, and there is a map that the ministers are working towards. So we have assurances that this is being properly debated. There is no get out of jail card, no Gloucester will remain as Gloucester. Labour has made its decision in London, and that is not changeable. They have government for 5 years, and that will involve a unitary government in both Devon and Gloucestershire. So can we work with them to find a solution? Thank you.
The Leader of the Council.
I was thinking, one of the good things about LGR, though I'm not sure I agree with LGR, is the fact it means that David has to ask questions other than anything to do with buses, which is, so it makes a refreshing change to have another question. As far as what's happening is the government have asked local authorities in the area to put forward plans for reorganisation of local, based on unitary authorities by the 28th of November, and we'll be debating that again at Council on the 20th of November. There are three fundamental options. The first one is a single unitary Gloucestershire. Then there is the proposal to split the county into the east and west, and then there's the Greater Gloucester one, with the rest of the county being a single unitary. In other words, a mini Gloucestershire council with the Gloucester area and the surrounding parishes separate. That's what's happening at the moment. There's lots of discussions. I've got to the point where I can't remember which meeting I've attended to, and I'm sure the managing director is feeling exactly the same. But we should have all three plans ready for any council to discuss at some point, and certainly before the 20th of November. And then when they get submitted to the government will then take it and now analyse them and decide whether they're going to go out to consultation. You seem very confident the government won't change its mind on LGR. Others tell me differently. Let's see. Nothing's over until it's over.
Thank you. Mr. Redgewell, question 2, do you have a supplementary?
Well, I do, but I think it's not going to be an issue I can ask this council about, because it appears it was made by the previous council. So the only question I'm going to ask is, I suppose, where we are now, you might not have spent that money in the way you have, but yeah, I just make the point that possibly if we are where we are, the economic climate, justifying some gates might be much more difficult now in 2025 than they might have been in 2019. So I suppose that's my question.
The Leader of the Council.
Oh, so sorry.
Well, in actual fact, if this had come across my desk today on whether we should install or replace the bollards that are broken on Eastgate Street, and this was an option, I would have thought this is a great option to do. It's a lot cheaper than putting bollards in. It's less likely to break down. And the purpose of the gates is to stop vehicles driving down there at night when there's youngsters clubbing. There's youngsters walking around. Some of them might have had too much to drink. Whatever it is, the purpose of the gates is to stop traffic using Eastgate Street late in the evening. And I think the previous administration made the right decision in supporting the Gates proposal. I think it's a much better option than having bollards that won't rise, do rise, get stuck, and all those sort of things. Gates just fold across and it stops the traffic going through. And I think that is a positive thing. So I'm going to disagree with you on that one.
My final question really is where local government doesn't work, because the county council, transport authority, are keen to put the buses back in the overnight and all day buses to Cheltenham back into Market Braden. But in the letter in question they've just answered me, it doesn't mention anything about community safety, about the elements of CCTV, or how safe that that area is. Because what they're saying is that's down to Gloucestershire, Gloucester City Council and Gloucestershire Police. Now, I think the issue, Jeremy, is, and it's, you know, me and a colleague, you met Gary, we got somebody mugged down there the other night. And outside of Tesco by, not by down and outs, but people on fast bikes with balaclavas over their face. And they were after money. We talked to the police were there. Police didn't catch them as far as I know, but it was quite frightening. And the whole area around there, despite your effort, Chairman, I do admonish your effort to try and regenerate a city and other councillors, that area is derelict. Those shops I once knew as restaurants and hairdressers and cafes have gone, and it's locally boarded up, as is that beautiful building at the end. It is not a safe area at 2 a.m. in the morning to be picking up passengers from a bus or waiting. Now, Gloucestershire County Council have not answered our question. Is there CCTV in there? They answered about a bench. How safe is it? And what is the area at night? Is there going to be are there red coat patrols around there? Are there going to be additional police that we have in the bus station itself, which I'm grateful you helped get? But it's not really answered. So my request tonight on behalf of passengers, disabled people, and we mentioned this Gloucester Community Rail Partnership, is can we try and get some sort of meeting with Gloucestershire County Council, Gloucestershire Police and maybe the MP to try and bottom this issue out, because the ownership round there is so confusing. The bus station's yours, the information is theirs. They say it's full of buses. I was there tonight and it's 3/4 empty. The buses aren't in there in the numbers that they say.
Mr Redwell.
So all I'm asking,
to the question.
really, can we try and organise a meeting? Because it's falling between various institutions without unitary government. Thank you.
Leader of the council, would you like to?
Well,
Councillor
the written one was to me. Thank you, Mr Redwell, for your question. There's actually about 2 or 3 issues there. I saw your question on to the County Council, and I picked up your comments about the areas directly outside of the transport hub is not safe, and that's raised some concerns. So we need to look at that first of all. As regards the buses not using the hub, we haven't met with Stagecoach yet, but we're arranging a meeting with them to see if we can put pressure on to make sure that those buses stay there. But I don't yet know the reason why. But it sounds like that there's a much bigger issue there than just a simple matter of buses being in a hub and not being in a hub. But I agree with you that coming up a train, going across the road and then having to go across outside of the hub in the middle of the night is not a good idea, and that's something what I don't particularly want to see. So we will follow that up with Stagecoach, but it looks like we've got some extra work to do as well as regards the safety aspect. And you mentioned a letter.
I'll show you. They sent me a letter today, but they talked about the buses going there from Matthew Park, which always better. But it answers the issue of the bus.
Mr Redwell, it's not a conversation.
It doesn't answer the question. Sorry.
See a copy of the letter. That would be very helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Redwell. Question 4, is John Chilcott here? No. So we come to the end of public questions. And we move on to item 6, petitions and deputations. And we have not been notified of any petitions or deputations. Item 7, announcements. Okay, so I have a few announcements. Of course, I always do. So I'm delighted to recognise the recent opening of the University of Gloucestershire New City Campus in the heart of Gloucester at the former Debenhams building. This transformed space will host education, psychology and social work programmes, along with new public facilities including an arts, health and wellbeing centre and, of course, Gloucester Library. It's a superb example of heritage preserved and a modern learning hub created for the community. Thanks are due to all involved in Gloucester Day and Gloucester Goes Retro. These events have their own special merits and have garnered attention from around the country, and they just seem to get better every year. They are unique to Gloucester and bring energy, creativity and joy to our streets. It's a wonderful testimony to the community spirit and excellent organisation by so many volunteers and city partners. So thank you very much. Our town crier, Alan Myatt, was taken ill recently. Alan is pleased to report that he is now on the mend and would like to give his thanks to the city for all the many messages of support and well wishes that he has received. He also wishes the council all the best for this evening. We send our best wishes to Alan for a speedy recovery. A very happy birthday to Councillor Tracy, who I believe is whose birthday is actually today. So wishing you a day of celebration and many more birthdays to come. Okay. And I'd also like to wish my mother a happy birthday. It was her birthday yesterday, and she's hiding at the back of the room. Happy birthday, Mum. Sorry. 2 Virgos. I'm so sorry, Mum. Okay. We join the community in celebrating the outstanding achievement of the Long Levens Griffins during the summer, who have been crowned mixed ability rugby world champions at IMART 2025 in Pamplona in Spain. This was in July this year. What an outstanding result. Well done to all players, coaches, volunteers and supporters who made this possible. More information can be found at englandrugby.com. One more announcement. Next week, the Sheriff of Gloucester, Councillor Linda Castle, together with Councillor Andrew Gravels, will attend the 40th annual meeting of the National Association of City and Town Sheriffs in Lichfield. Among those also attending will be former councillors David Brown, Jan Lugg and Paul James. This association has its roots here in Gloucester. It was in April 1985 that the then Sheriff, Councillor Gravell, invited fellow city and town sheriffs to gather in our guild hall. That moment, known ever since as the Gloucester Gathering of Sheriffs, marked the beginning of the association, which later named Andrew Gravels as its life president in recognition of his work founding and guiding it. This story reminds us how important it is to maintain and celebrate Gloucester's civic history and heritage, and how our traditions continue to inspire civic life across the country. Thank you. Okay, we continue with announcements. The Leader of the Council.
I've got a couple of announcements. Yeah, all right. I've got 2 announcements. First of all, related to item 10 on the agenda, just wanted to let members know that besides bringing this report to Council, Cabinet agreed to have an independent inquiry that was commissioned into the financial issues referred to within this report, the terms of reference to include identification of the root causes and of the changing understanding of the Council's financial position over the period referred to in this report, and that will be an assessment of decision-making, governance, oversight arrangements in place during that period, recommendations to prevent recurrence and restore public and stakeholder confidence. So that was the decision that was made with the executive powers of the Cabinet. So we'll progress that one. Another recommendation separately to ask the head of paid service to report on the capacity, capability and resilience of the finance team. So we'll get a report back on that one as well. So there's 2 actions that were approved by Cabinet. They're executive ones, so they're not directly coming to Council, but I thought you ought to know about them as we've got a debate on item number 10. Then the other one I'd like to do is just thank Gloucestershire Constabulary and the police force. for the way they handled the demonstration on the 30th of August outside the Ibis Hotel. I really do want to thank the police, and they managed to do it in such a way that there were no arrests and that the demonstrators were allowed to have their right to demonstrate. And I support the right for anybody to demonstrate, even if I disagree with the sentiments. I think the only thing I would say is that if you're demonstrating against a group of people or special privileges you might think a group of people have, it's not really the right thing to do to demonstrate outside where those people are actually living at this point in time. And it's better to have your demonstration somewhere else. And I thought it was inappropriate to do it outside the Ibis Hotel, because the danger is that people that are living there might feel threatened. If there's a lot of people standing around with banners or whatever it is, they might feel threatened by a large number of people outside demonstrating. And it might cause people problems, and we shouldn't be creating anxiety for people that are here seeking political asylum.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Members of the Cabinet? Yeah. Councillor Shrevey.
Thank you. I'm pleased to announce that we've partnered with the Family Hubs and the County Council to launch housing drop-in sessions across the city. These drop-in sessions will offer advice and support on a wide range of housing issues, something that was removed under the previous administration. Under our leadership, we're making sure that help is not just available, but it's also accessible. My second announcement is that following recent Cabinet report on homelessness prevention, which we called the Gloucester Offer, I'm pleased to say that we're taking decisive action. We're relaunching our tenancy rescue initiatives, now stronger and more effective than ever before. The initiatives will aim to prevent homelessness across all rented sectors, which is a growing concern which was previously overlooked. Our new approach will focus on early intervention, prevention at the core, and long-term solutions for residents. We have also started working directly with the Ministry of Justice to introduce a dedicated role focused on preventing homelessness amongst ex-offenders and prison leavers. We know that there's often a strong link between leaving prison and becoming homeless, and then also reoffending. So by breaking those links, it will help the individuals and society as a whole. These are proactive and preventative measures that will truly make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shrevey. Councillor Field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to announce that I recently became the chair of Climate Leadership Gloucestershire, which is a body made up of lead members and officers in the county associated with climate change. And we have some important work to do, including retrofit, heat maps and the climate risk and vulnerability assessment. And I will be the chair for 6 months until my vice chair takes over, and that is Councillor Richard Pinniger of Cheltenham.
Thank you. Councillor Sawyer.
Yes, I'm pleased to announce that Blackbridge Community Hub was awarded £500,000 from the Community Infrastructure Levy Fund. This fund is made up from developer contributions, and it's a joint fund with Tewkesbury and Cheltenham. And I'm really pleased because most of the money came from the Gloucester pot, but Tewkesbury also gave some from their pot, because it was seen that the areas like Brockworth and Innsworth were also going to be impacted by by Blackbridge. So I want to thank Tewkesbury Council for agreeing to this. So what's great is this money is going to help Blackbridge finish off their project, so it's going to be complete. And this is the first contribution that the SIL Fund has made. So I'm pleased that we've got some coming to Gloucester. Thanks.
Thank you. We've come to the end of the 10 minutes. We've actually come to the end of the 10 minutes. Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah. Member question time.
I just have two announcements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I just want to publicly give my thanks to Gloucester Bid. and all the businesses and that support them in doing the amazing things that they do around the city. I just also want to particularly acknowledge two volunteers who many of you will know, Alan Platt and Tony Aldridge, who both give, along with the other volunteers, so much of their time and dedication in making our city look great. A few weeks ago, I saw Alan one day cutting overgrown bushes and literally the next day painting bollards in St Mary's Square in order to make them look great for Gloucester Day. I really do hope you'll join me in thanking them and all that Gloucester Bid actually do for us in the city. My second announcement, Mr Mayor, if I may,
Please continue.
is that I am pleased to announce that the City Council has produced a map of service provision across the city centre for all those homeless and rough sleepers. We have in our city, many will already know on what day and at what time and at what place they can pick up food and all clothing, whether that be from Gloucester City Mission's drop-in, lunch provision at the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Cromwell Street, breakfast at Gloucester Cathedral, or from the soup run provided by the Salvation Army. But for newcomers to Gloucester, this can be particularly hard to fathom. These maps will be carried by our engagement officers and given out by our outreach provider, Julian House, for all those in need of service provision across the city. And I am confident that by providing such information, no homeless individual or rough sleeper should find themselves in a situation where they don't know where to go, whether that be to pick up something to eat, a hot cup of tea or a shower, or a rest somewhere warm and safe during the day. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Rebecca Trimnell. Appreciate the announcements. Thank you. In time. Okay, yeah, that's it. I will invite group leaders to ask 2 questions and related supplementary questions. Other members may indicate that they would like to ask a question by raising their hand. After group leaders, I will endeavour to allow each member who has indicated to ask 1 question and 1 related supplementary question, before allowing any member to ask a further question. This will continue until the time has run out. Questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 45 minutes to get through as many questions as possible, and questions must comply with the Council procedure rules, which have been circulated to all members, and the members' code of conduct. Okay. Let's begin with Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The first question is for the Leader of the Council. In October, on 10th of October 2024, last year, there was a press article with regard to the forum development, and I quote Councillor Hilton, "Next year we shall see the opening of a new 4-star hotel at the forum." Well, we're in next year. When's the hotel going to be opening and the 398 spaces car park? We're waiting for it. The public of Gloucester are waiting for this hotel to open. And also, what's the reasons for the delay and what are the financial implications on the delays on the council's budget? Thank you.
Leader of the Council.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit more difficult completing the forum project. It's not down to any policy matters of this council. It's purely down to the construction company that's doing the work and getting it all right. And you know, there's been issues related to supplies because of the pandemic, and frankly also to do with Brexit, caused problems. Anyhow, we have 2 major tenants in the forum at the moment. We have Patch just working through to construct their offices and everything else there. And of course, Fast Hosts have been in there for some months already. We expect the car park to be open. There have been technical issues there, open middle of October. And similarly, the hotel has now been handed over from Kia to us, and Envisage are now fitting out that hotel. It will probably be done by the end of the year, but Hotel Indigo will not open a hotel before Christmas. It will have to wait until February of next year, but I think we're quite close to that position. These things take time sometimes. There are technical hitches, there are instructions to go back and fix a problem, to sort out snags and things like that. But it should come in on budget, and the amount of expenditure that this council will have to borrow to cover the cost of the forum development will be the same as what we thought it was, or very near that. And I'm sure that the forum will be a great success for Gloucester. It will provide us with a 4-star hotel, right near to where David was saying some people might need to catch the bus. That will change the environment there. It's something we should be proud of, and it was something that was started by the former administration, but always had all-party support. And I think it's important that we keep selling the forum, because we need to get further tenants operating in the forum and be positive about it.
Councillor Patel, you have a supplementary question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there was a date in that answer, was there, of when the hotel is going to be opening? Did you say February or? Okay, thank you. No supplementary. Thank you.
Do you have a second question, Councillor Patel?
I do, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I note in the public questions, there was a question on the gates in Eastgate Street. And the response states that the gates cost approximately £80,000. It'd be good to know what the actual final cost was, rather than an approximate cost. And then the breakdown here in the answer of who's paid how much for contributions only adds up to £66,000. So did it cost £80,000 or did it cost £66,000? Where's the £14,000 difference? And how much did it actually cost? And sadly, I was very saddened and disappointed that I went for a walk about 2 weeks ago on a Friday evening, and this was about 11:15 in the evening. Eastgate Street was a ghost town. Hardly anybody there. Since the old Liquid nightclubs closed, it's deserted. No traffic, no people. All that money we invested in these gates, it's terrible. It's a bit like the pedestrian zone where we pedestrianised the city centre to make it safe for pedestrians, and we killed the city centres. So we appreciate an answer on the final cost of the gates, and what is the council going to do with regard to assessing what can be done to improve the nighttime economy in Eastgate Street, because certainly closing the Eastgate Street is having the reverse effect of what we would hope it to, especially for the businesses that are there. Thank you.
Councillor Hilton?
Well, like I said, the gates were planned and installed under our administration, but they were approved by your Conservative administration at the time. The total cost to Gloucester City Council, as I see from the answer I gave to David Redwell, is £8,000. I don't know the precise figure of what the gates cost and get them in. I think there was some also financial support from some of the businesses in Eastgate Street. You know, a nightclub closes. That's totally outside the council's remit. A nightclub might reopen in the same place. I mean, it seems like a logical thing to do. I don't think the gates had any influence over nightclub closing. I would say I haven't been into nightclubs for years and years and years. I can assure you of that. And so I can't say why it closed, but it closed. And we are having a look at that area of the city as well, and that area of Eastgate Street, see how we can change its ambience and make sure it's a more vibrant economy. But that will take time to go through all that.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Patel? Okay. Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't been to a nightclub for a long time either.
Like with me one night.
Question to the leader of the council. Councillor Hilton, in view of the crisis facing this city and the £1.5 million hole in finances, can you give us a guarantee that essential frontline, front-facing services to the public will not be cut and not be affected?
Councillor Hilton.
It clearly is our intention to carry on with our frontline services. But where the actual savings might have to be made is a matter for future decisions, and we need to look at the pros and cons of where we make the savings. What we mustn't do is do what Gloucestershire Fire and Rescue Service did, was strip out all the middle ranking officers to find that it then started to fail, although it never stripped out any of the firefighters that were the frontline firefighters. So there's a danger, and we just need to make that assessment. And I'm sure, Terry, we'll have a lot of conversations about that and what will be the best way of saving money. But it's really early days. So the first thing the report suggests is that the first thing should be done is to increase the car parking fees to the rate of inflation because they've been frozen for 2 years. But I can't give you a 100% guarantee, though, you know, frontline services quite clearly the most important thing that we want to protect.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. But we're talking about essential services here that the public expect. Things like waste and recycling, things like street cleaning, things like housing and homelessness. Those are really essential services. Surely we've got to protect them.
Councillor Hilton.
You're quite correct. It might well be that we can carry on providing the same service at a lower cost because we re-engineer how a particular service is operated. But again, you know, we need to look at the options and we need to look in detail. I can't give a 100% guarantee about it, but I mean, quite clearly, we don't want to see the grass being cut. We don't want to see other services being cut. But let's put it this way. The former administration left us with a £1.5 million headache. Somebody called it a black hole. I think we could call it a blue hole.
Second question, Councillor Pullen.
Can we perhaps avoid the colours and just call it a hole in the finances? Okay, thank you. Second question. Could the Leader of the Council give everyone an update on the sale of the airport and how it's progressing, please?
It's very interesting. There's a lot of speculation in the media, and frankly, a lot of it's a whole load of bunkum. It's not accurate what the situation. We are in the process of doing due diligence, looking at the finances, where they're coming from, and everything else. So is Horizon doing due diligence on us and the assets that they're buying. I'm hoping that we will get to a point where the keys are handed over before Christmas, probably earlier than that, but it's all going well. And there are very robust covenants and overage charges that protects the airport as an operational airport. And I think the statement made today by Horizon makes it quite clear they're buying it to run an operational airport. So speculation about housing development is utter rubbish. And it's fiction and fantasy by some people trying to stir up problems about the sale of the airport to, I think, a new company that's got financial support and has got the money to deliver improvements to the airport, which frankly this council or Cheltenham Borough Council couldn't do it. It's the best way to protect the operations of Gloucestershire Airport for a long time into the future with this sale. And I say it's very robust. The due diligence is being done is very thorough.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Pullen?
Thank you. You're quite correct. There has been a lot of speculation. I read an article in Punchline a few weeks ago. And in fairness, Punchline are a credible business organisation. and they suggested that Horizon Aero Group, the preferred bidder, were actually showing people around the site with a view to apparently selling off parts of the airport. Now, that is not what the agreement was. It is to be sold as an operational airport with a 50-year covenant in place. Okay, you've just said that covenant is in place. No one has seen that covenant. Surely that has to be a public document. So when will that be available? And could you tell us who is carrying out due diligence on the sale of the airport, please?
Councillor Hilton.
From memory, BPE, Savills, council officers, the whole thing has been thoroughly considered, and similarly, Horizon are doing full due diligence on the asset that they're purchasing. And the speculation that somehow they're going around trying to offload bits of land, they can't just sell the bits of land. What it might be that they're looking for new tenants, new commercial tenants or operational tenants to take up space at the airport. You know, it's total speculation by a third party that doesn't know what they're talking about. And unfortunately, in journalism today, some people do not check the facts either. The only people who can answer who they showed around is Horizon. But if you were buying an airport and investing multi-million pounds in that airport, you would be showing people around now in order to make sure that you can grow the business fairly quickly. And that seems a sensible thing to do.
Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. Contractors have advised me that the large LED screen at the forums cost over £250,000 to install. Is that true? If not, how much did it cost? Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
I don't know what it costs. All I know is that the total cost of and the investment this council's making in the forum is about 105 to 107 million pounds, and it's all part of the plan to do it. It's just like when you build new things and maybe you add some public eye, it's all part of the project. So I couldn't give you the exact cost of the LED screens, but it was part of the design brief. It was everybody supported the design brief. It's a positive introduction and welcome to the city of Gloucester if you're coming from the railway station. I don't know why you would even be worried about the exact cost. It's within the project. It's part of the design, the original design. So what's the problem?
Do you have a supplementary question?
I do, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. The problem is the screen's not working. There's large sections of the screen that don't work. Big parts of the lighting that don't even turn on. There's sections of the screen that are completely black. It's actually quite disappointing. So the welcoming that you said, the big welcoming to people coming off the train station is not very welcoming because it's not working properly. What are you going to do about this mess, Jeremy? Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
Well, if something's not working, then it's up to the people that installed it to fix it, because they're under contract to do it. Similarly, there are snags in the development of the forum, and those things are being fixed. But I don't know exactly what the situation is. Sorry? I've been told it was working yesterday. We'll get it checked out.
Do you have a second question, Councillor Chambers?
Obviously, we've got the discussion today about the shortfall of the £1.5 million over, I think, the 3-year period or 2-year period. And we found out that the black holes as a result of manual inputting and then putting it electronically, which is a fair reason for the black hole. It just seems it's like clerical and whatnot. The problem we've got here is under your administration, with 4 electronic working systems, you're already showing well over £250,000 loss. The yellow hole of debt is increasing. Can you give me assurances the £260+ thousand that you already hemorrhaged this first year in your power? I hate to think what's coming on the second year, but can you give me assurances that the £268,000 loss, the yellow hole of doom, will increase, or can you give me assurances that it's going to stay the same? Thank you so much, Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
Councillor Hilton, would you like to
I
respond?
think it's to me. Well, let's put it this way. You know, the legacy that we've taken over from the Conservatives was a £1.5 million deficit. We thought we had £4.2 million in the reserves. We now find out we've got £2.8 million in reserves. As far as the accounts for 24-25, it is our job to finalise those and get them in for February to meet the backstop date, and that's what we've been working to do.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Chambers?
The irony here, Councillor Hilton, is that you like to take praise for the Forum, Debenhams, student accommodation, Blackbridge, the New Market. You like to try and take that on as your ownership, if that's what you've created when it wasn't as the previous administration. Yet you can't take ownership that the 268,000 is a pure direct loss off the back of your budget, your finances, in the systems that are up and working. It's highly unfortunate. And I do want your assurances that the cost is not going to grow and you know exactly where you are financially. Can you give me assurances that the cost will not increase? Thank you.
The 24-25 budget was set by the Conservative administration when they had overall control of this council. And I say the final figures of and the outturn of that budget and submission of the statement of accounts, we plan to do by the February backstop date. Until those figures are finalised, it will be speculation to say precisely what they might be or might not be. But as I say, you know, it might well be that the accuracy of the budget set by the former Conservative administration wasn't as good as it should have been, because we know the previous 2 years it was a dreadful situation where we've got £1.5 million headache that we didn't expect to have. It was a dreadful handover for this council, and we're having to pick up the pieces of a lot of bad decisions made by the former administration, of which, of course, at one time you will remember.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor James, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Having raised the issue of the Forces Hub at our last meeting before recess, I'd just like to ask the Cabinet Member for Resources what progress he's made on finding them a permanent home in the city centre.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm afraid the honest answer is nothing, because everything else has overtaken us. With regard to the Armed Forces Hub, it's going to cost this council money. I'm not quite sure what they're looking for, whether or not it's free rent. That could be problematic, because we're going to have to look very hard to find any resources for that. But having said that, I can set up a meeting actually with our asset management team, and they can have a word with them and then see if there's anything that we can do. I have to apologise, nothing's been done because I've been busy with all this other stuff. And I know you sent me an email which I never responded, and the reason is I didn't want to make promises that I then knew I wasn't going to be able to keep. But there's no harm in speaking to asset management. I can arrange that for you. And we can see whether or not there is anything available, but the costs that might be will be a concern for the council, unfortunately, because right now we don't have much.
Councillor James, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you for your answer, Councillor Wilson. Can I ask for a commitment then to set up a meeting with the Forces Hub so that we can discuss terms and conditions?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Hyman.
A question to the Leader of the Council. Have there been any discussions between the 7 council leaders about which combined strategic authority Gloucestershire should join?
The Leader of the Council.
There's been a number of discussions about which combined authority Gloucester should join. I think there's a general consensus amongst the leaders that even if the council was divided into 2 local authorities, both local authorities should join the same combined authority. We had a meeting on Tuesday and a presentation on Tuesday. The 3 options that are seriously being considered is joining up with Oxford and Swindon, WECA, West of England Combined Authority, and also Hereford and Worcestershire. When you look at the economic scoring and the most suitable fit, Weka comes first, Oxford and Swindon comes second, and Hereford and Worcestershire comes third. And also Western England. I did attend a meeting about energy supply and reduction. The government wants whole areas to look at the energy supply for the future, particularly in the case they said it was the whole southwest of England. So I think at the moment the only one that fits the case is Weka. We haven't made a decision. I want to have a proper discussion at group leaders about that first of all, but I think the general consensus of group leaders is that the West of England Combined Authority, that's Bristol, South Gloucestershire, Bath, North East Somerset, and North Somerset, which might well join as well, is probably the best fit for this county and best fit for Gloucester City.
Councillor Hyman, do you have a supplementary? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for Councillor Wilson. Previous Tory administration, with many current and previous councils still in position suffering from selective amnesia, blaming the Lib Dems for their profligacy. And the private sector auditors fleeced the residents' money whilst they sat on 2 years of fantasy and fictional financial predictions for the residents of Gloucester. Residents of Gloucester have suffered 3 years of overestimates, resulting in a 1.5 million shortfall, putting essential service delivery at risk. So what checks and balances will the current administration do to prevent such debacles? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, what checks and balances we're going to do, they would be the normal standard ones you would find in any finance operation in any company. And that is regular reconciliations, all properly signed off, and, you know, transactions closed down every month. That's the way it's normally done. I think what's happened here, and I could be wrong, is that because we were dealing with manual records and spreadsheets, etc., we weren't reconciling those back to the ledgers because we didn't have any ledgers to reconcile them back to. But there were things like bank accounts, etc., where they could have been reconciled to, and I'm not sure they were being done either. But when we do the investigation, we will find all of that out. But we need to work with the auditors properly as well. And normally, in a normal year, when you get a normal set of audited accounts, you will get a report from the external auditors to the council, and they will make comments on anything of concern they might have found, and that they will be signing those accounts off as a true and fair reflection of the accounts of the council itself. And that's normally good reassurance in a normal year. But of course, we've had enormous, there was a huge failing in local government auditing ever since the abolition of the Audit Commission. There was backlogs all over the country, so a lot of auditors have been rushed through and probably haven't been done as fairly as they should have been. And that's one of the reasons why we've ended up in this mess. So as regards what controls we will be having in future, we're going to have proper standard controls, proper reconciliations. We'll always know that what we're putting in our printed reports and finance reports that we present to overview and scrutiny and council, etc., tie back to the financial records, and they will have to be checked regularly. And signed off, because that's the only way that you can ensure that things like this don't happen. When something like what we've had has happened, it's just a total nightmare to sort out. It's taken a long time as a result, but the complexity of it sometimes is mind-blowing. And I should say that when we sort of lost our systems back in 21-22, it was what I would call the financial equivalent of being bombed back to the Stone Age, effectively. And it's very hard to come back from that. So we've had to do 3-4 years over the last year and a half, years worth of accounts all at once. And I've been telling the finance team to focus on that, which is why the quarterly report this month is this, for the first quarter is has been delayed because we had to focus on getting this mess cleared up. But once we have it cleared up, that's it done. Yeah, and then we can move forward. So moving forward, I will be able to give you reassurance that all these checks will be done and we don't end up in this situation ever again.
Councillor Jones, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I have a supplementary question. Post-2010, a Tory council and government in coalition with the Lib Dems, Cameron announces a bonfire at Quango, so the independent not-for-profit audit commission goes to save £100 million per annum. Now outsourced to the profiteering private sector now costs in excess of £100 million per annum extra, or £414 per person. As Alexis Sale said, austerity, the idea that the global financial crisis of 2008 was caused by there being too many libraries in Wolverhampton, is nonsense. My supplementary question to Councillor Wilson is, as a previous question I raised about staff turnover at the council and a new head of finance coming to terms with this immensely worrying deficit, what are we doing as a council to prevent being unable to empty the bins or govern our residents if a section 114 is served? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I was just checking when was the Audit Commission abolished. It was actually 2015. But I agree with you. I mean, this is the first time in a long time people have mentioned the coalition. What we prefer, people forget about that. But if I'm honest, but I agree with you. The Audit Commission should never have been abolished, and this is where a lot of these problems go back to. And the private sort of external auditors, they make a lot of money from a lot of audits all over the country. We're just one of many that they do. And if we miss the slot, it takes time for them to find another slot because they've got so many other companies they have to audit. So it was never the right solution. And I'm trying to remember, what was the rest of your question? Yes, we will be able to empty the bins. No. We're not there yet. No, but I would rather do about something like that, to be honest.
Councillor Radley.
My question is for Councillor Dr. Trimnell. In a previous council meeting, we were asked, we were talked about problems with the DBS that were being experienced within the city. I was wondering if you could give us an update on what's happened regarding that.
Councillor Dr. Trimnell.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Radley. Just to give you an update that as of the 7th of August, all DBS checks, all renewals have been undertaken for all of our licensed drivers. So they are now up to date. So any of the new ones that are coming through will be then dealt with separately. So we are all up to date with that. Thank you.
You have a supplementary question, Councillor Radley.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norwich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Cabinet Member for Housing. How will the proposed tenancy relations service work in practice, and when can residents expect to see that launched?
Councillor Sherby.
Thank you. The tenancy relations service is geared mainly towards the private sector, and it's part of the wider Gloucester offer around homeless prevention funding that we had the £1.5 million from the MHCLG for this year. It will work to resolve disputes between landlords before they sort of escalate into sort of homelessness, and it will also work to sustain tenancies. Some of the key service areas will be offering direct support for tenants and landlords to resolve things such as like rent arrears, disrepair, any sort of landlord harassment. We'll also use the fund to intervene, such as paying off arrears or paying a proportion of the arrears to prevent that homelessness from happening. And it will also look at negotiating with landlords to maintain that tenancy, to keep them in there for longer. As part of that, it will also look at being delivered by specialist officers who will then assess each case and coordinate the tailored support. Thank you.
Councillor Norwich, do you have a supplementary question? Councillor Wiederholt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council. When did you first become aware of the £1.4 million void which the former Tory administration had left in our accounts?
Leader of the Council.
Well, Chair, in the past administration, I often asked questions at full council, like others are doing today, about when the accounts were going to be finalised. So we did take over this administration not knowing what the actual figures were. I did say at that time that, you know, when you're taking over, you want to know exactly what the state is, which is exactly what Horizon are doing with the airport. They want to know exactly what the situation is. So I didn't find out, and neither did my cabinet find out until we got a heads up in mid-July that we needed to change the discussion at our cabinet away day, which was planned for the 30th of July. In the event, the 30th of July, we received a presentation by the head of the finance telling us what the problem was and giving us advice that we were £1.5 million out of pocket and we didn't have that money in our account, which we previously thought we had. And we then had a long discussion about what options we could take. And one of the first things we did, and that's what created the report that you've got tonight. So we asked the officers to go away and prepare a report with some of the actions that we agreed. That went to a cabinet briefing on the 18th of August. And then, so we discussed the report. We asked for some further information to be put in the report. So it was clear that the problem lies with the last 2 years of the former administration. So 22, 23, 23, 24. That paper was presented to us by the head of finance after she'd got back off holiday and had time to draft it properly, presented to us but the Friday before the 2nd of September. The report was signed off on the 2nd of September to be published that evening in the cabinet papers, and the group leaders had a full and comprehensive briefing that afternoon.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Biddle? Councillor Gravels, please.
Two questions, if I may. One to Sebastian and one to the leader. This is the first question. Is really sad question.
One question,
and then we'll see if there's time. Okay. So my first question then is that it's a very sad situation we have in my ward. It's shocking and appalling beyond words that a swan at St Bridge Balancing Pond has been strangled and killed. Oh. What kind of psycho would do this? I hope that whoever did it is soon caught by the police and would urge anyone who saw or heard anything on Saturday to come forward, please. So, Sebastian, given that some cabinet roles have been shuffled around, I did email you to confirm this area still came under you, but you haven't replied to date. If this does all come under you, please can you share with us in St Bridge and Abbeydale, where I live, obviously, what action has been taken by this council to work with the police, DEFRA and the Environment Agency? Thank you.
Councillor Field.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, I join you in receiving this very sad news. And as I understand it, a swan has been strangled. That's what the police believe, according to the news report that I saw today. I think it's unwise to speculate further about the St Bridge Pond until we have the report back from the police. I can tell you that the council officers were very quick to attend, and unfortunately they couldn't find the carcass of the swan because it had been removed by the member of the public that reported it, I believe, and taken to DEFRA. So we'll have to wait for the reports to come back. It would be unwise to speculate further until the police report is complete. But yes, I do obviously have that under my area, and the reason I haven't replied to you yet is because I was waiting for the full facts.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Gravels?
Not so much a question, more a comment. Thank you, Sebastian, for the reply.
Yeah.
And it's reassuring to know that your team have been out there already.
Councillor Gavels, could you try to frame it as a question?
Yeah, sure. I've
please?
spoken again to the police today. There are still swans there, so it's important that we protect them as much as we can. We can't do too much here to ensure that the lives of these lovely animals, birds, are looked after and protected. So can I put my second question? No, he's saying yes. No, okay.
First of all, are there any other councillors who wish to ask a question who haven't yet?
Councillor Millard.
Councillor Millard?
Thank you. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Planning, Councillor Sawyer. So nationally, the planning applications average is around 75%. Currently in Gloucestershire, I believe we're around 71%. So we're just wondering what's being done to achieve the national percentage and higher, please.
Councillor Sawyer.
This how many we determine? What's sets of... Sorry, I don't understand. Can you just explain the stat for me?
So nationally, how many successful applications have gone through is at 75%. It's reported that ours is 71%. So, and that's the national average. So my question is, how are we going to get to the national average and higher?
This how many we approve at committee? Yeah. So it's a bit of a random figure really, because committees, applications come to committee and it's up to committee to decide how many. I have actually gone back and looked at all the committees since we took over last May. And actually the only two applications that weren't approved were Clapham Court and Podsmead. All the others have been approved. So as far as I can see, we've got a very high rate of approval. And actually we do, as historically, Gloucester City Planning Committee is very pro-growth. So, and the officers kind of work on a case-by-case basis. So to me, that's a bit of a random, arbitrary stat. But we are pro-growth, and officers work to kind of, look in pre-applications. Officers work to try and help developers so that they can get it. So just to reassure you that we do try our best to get these applications over the line.
Councillor Millard, do you have a supplementary question?
So you talk about applications within the committees. Is there any other applications or any other processes that we can ensure that we're maintaining and being proactive with, so that we are trying to achieve the national average, if not above the national?
Councillor Sawyer.
Thanks. So that's delegated decisions. I will speak to the officers about that and just make sure. But like I say, the officers I know are pro-growth and they do everything they can to get these applications approved. Thanks.
Councillor Conda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for the Cabinet Member for Housing. The Gloucester offer sounds promising. I'm pleased to hear that we'll be working with family hubs. How will it practically help families at risk of homelessness?
Councillor
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. So the family hubs will make anybody presenting as homeless more accessible. So it'll be community-based support, so they won't need to come to the office. They'll be able to go into the family hubs into the community. But by providing the housing drop-in, it increases our ability to prevent homelessness in the first place by sort of catching that early prevention. If you can think about sort of an example of somebody coming into a family hub, they might be coming in there for to sort of access the food bank, perhaps, or other services that might be in the family hubs. And within that, if they may be struggling with and needing support with the food banks, they may also be in arrears and struggling with their rent. So then we can sort of catch both angles at the same time to prevent that family sort of from becoming a crisis, essentially. The reason why we are pushing into the family hubs is because the top 3 reasons for people presenting as homeless is eviction from private rented accommodation, families no longer willing to accommodate, and then also domestic abuse. So I think tailoring it towards these family hubs is the best way to prevent families from getting into a crisis.
Councillor Conda, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, I do. How will it affect our budget position, given what we now know of the previous administration's misreporting of £1.5 million?
Councillor Shelby.
Thank you. The way that we can save money is by preventing homelessness in the first place. So if families come in at crisis point, that's the most expensive part of our service, because we need to put them into temporary accommodation, and it's the most traumatic for the individual. In 2020-21, there were no days that this council had a drop-in service. It was the same in 21-22, it was the same in 22-23, and in 23-24. So we have not been able to successfully prevent people from approaching us other than in crisis point. So by reopening drop-in services, it will inevitably lower our costs.
Are there any members who haven't yet asked a question but would like to? Okay. Councillor Gravels.
So just want to go back to the forum, and Jeremy, the leader, was saying, obviously we should talk it up, and all of us are doing that. That's absolutely right, and there's no political issue there. As a member of the cabinet, very proud of what we've set off. I remember some members, one or two opposite, and saying to the media, I'm not looking at anybody in particular, we're trying not to. Somebody said that will never happen. And it was good that that person said that, because it gave me and the cabinet more drive to make sure it did happen. And we ensured that it did happen. But speaking, not now obviously as a cabinet member, but as the chair of overview and scrutiny, will you agree to bring an A4 sheet to scrutiny showing where the delays were, which of course, for example, the hotel not to open before Christmas, and other delays, and what the financial implications of those were for the City Council? Will you agree to do that, please?
Leader of the Council.
Yeah, I mean, some of the delays haven't cost this council any money. They cost the construction company and the engineers that were working for the construction company the cost of resolving the snags. So some of those delays are there. And I certainly think we need to get a report to scrutiny to have a full discussion about how the forum has progressed. Are there any lessons to be learned, and what the problems might have been? But bear in mind, the forum was a massive project for this City Council. And I think the City Council should be proud of what it's delivered. And it has had all party support. I do remember Kate Haig and me before 2016 elections calling on Paul James to scrap Plan A and go to Plan B. The forum is Plan B. And glad Paul, it took Paul a few months, but no, I can do because I know we were involved in workshops on the forum and everything else, including workshops on the King Square development. So we were involved as an opposition group, and we contributed as an opposition group and had meetings with officers about it and gave our support. So we never at any point dissed the project. We thought it was the right thing to do. And similarly, it's important that members of this council don't run the project down. We need to carry on and prove it's a great success. We need to secure further tenants to take up that fantastic office accommodation that the forum is now providing. And so we've got two major companies in there, and we're looking to negotiate with a third tech business. Whether that comes through or finishes off and signed a deal, we don't know yet. But we've got to work for that, and we've got to work together on that one. And we don't want is any Gerald Ratners round here dissing a product which is a very good product.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, just very quickly. In a throwaway line when he was speaking earlier, he had a puppet journalist he said bright stories and putting their own slant on it rather than what the facts were. He's now himself trying to rewrite history. It's crazy.
That wasn't a question, Councillor Patel. This is not a conversation.
Yeah.
Either.
Not conversation. History books can be wrong at times, and I think Councillor Gravel's history book saying that they're 100% involved in nobody else was is a distortion of history.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Patel, if you're extremely fast, I can allow this question.
I'm not sure if this one's for the leader or the deputy. How many vacant posts are there at the council at the moment? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, if you're quick, please.
Well, it'll be very quick because I'll have to get a written answer to that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you very much. We move on to questions to chairs of meetings. Members may indicate that they would like to ask a question by raising their hand. As before, I will endeavour to allow each member who has indicated to ask one question and one related supplementary question before allowing any member to ask a further question. Questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 15 minutes to get through as many questions as possible. Questions must relate to the business or functions of the relevant committee and comply with council procedure rules and the members' code of conduct. Are there any questions? It's not a question. Is it a question? Is it a question to a chair of meeting? To a chair of a meeting?
Yeah.
Which chair is it?
Which chair?
I'd like to ask we are moving our
Councillor Tracy, it's to chairs of meeting.
yeah.
Chairs of committee.
Chair of the committee.
Not cabinet members. Not cabinet members.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tracy. Let's move on to item 9 on the agenda. Councillor Hilton to move.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is about local government reorganisation. I know some people like to call it local government reform. I don't think it is reform. I think it's reorganisation. I thought I'd like to read a bit from the Lib Dem manifesto for 2024. It says, "We will oppose any government attempt to abolish Gloucester City Council and replace it with a large unitary authority. Gloucester must have its own council." Right from the beginning, I have opposed the utter waste of time that we're going through on local government reorganisation. I think it should be abandoned. However, the government seems to be intent on proceeding with the unitary authority restructuring. I can say it's not devolution, and it will still remain as a two-tier system, because instead of having Gloucestershire County Council and Gloucester City Council, we will have a unitary authority and the strategic authority run by a mayor, probably from miles away from Gloucester. It is overloading officers at the moment with the amount of time that's involved, and it will take an enormous amount of energy and time to actually get to the point of having vesting day for a new authority. And we already see in the report that to get to vesting day could cost us £8 million, money that this council doesn't have. It won't achieve the fanciful savings that the bids might well be putting forward. Remember, we had an announcement on the 16th December with the publication of the white paper, and request that by 10th of January, local authorities who wanted a fast track got their bids in. We know that Gloucestershire County Council, under the Conservatives, put in their fast track bid and applied to abolish the county council elections. They failed in that regard, and we went ahead with the elections. On the 5th of February, the government wrote to us and asked us what we were going to do as an interim proposal. So the 7 leaders of the 7 councils agreed a letter which made it clear 3 options: a single unitary council, an east-west split, and Greater Gloucester and the rest of the county. In actual fact, we weren't sure at that time whether it would be split into the rest of the county would be split into 2 authorities or 1, and we've come to the conclusion that probably 1 is the best. That letter went to Cabinet on the 12th of March. There were no questions at that Cabinet meeting. I received no objections from anybody to that letter, and there was no call-in. So we've always assumed that you were all happy with the process that was going on, and you were well aware that 3 options will be considered. And what's likely to happen is the County Council will possibly go ahead with the single unitary bid. Cheltenham Borough Council will go to a bid of the 2 bananas, if you want to call it. That's the east and west split, the 2 bananas. Because somebody called the Greater Gloucester one a donut. Well, I'm calling that as a 2 bananas. That's where we are. The Lion review options was an options appraisal which was requested, or what we did, because both the east-west split and the single unitary put in a basic options appraisal document that they'd done when the letter went in. We, at that point in time, were late to the event, late to the thing, so we weren't able to do it. But the point about the Lions review was to double check whether, in actual fact, it was a project worth pursuing. And you'll see in their initial study, and there's a lot more data that's come in since this report, that a single unitary got 37 points, a split unitaries got 44 points, the Greater Gloucester +1 got 42 points, and the Greater Gloucester +2 got 38 points when they looked at the assessments. They're all much the same.
Councillor Hilton, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I can tell you, none of the options are perfect. They've all got their strengths and they've all got their faults. And I think that we can now take an opportunity to debate them. We will have a further opportunity to debate and recommend at Council on the 20th of November.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilson. Would you like to speak now? Okay. Okay, so I note that there were no amendments. So let's move on to debate. Councillor Dr. Rebecca Trimnell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question of whether or not we want to see local government reorganisation in Gloucestershire is not up for discussion tonight. It'll happen whether we like it or not. And I am a firm believer in what is meant to happen will, and what is not just simply won't. But that said, what is worthy of some debate is how we, and I do mean we, in all of us, in this chamber, can we be seen as united as a council in our own submission to what model we strongly believe is best for our city? We are, as frequently reminded by individual councillors opposite, we are in a council with no overall control. And therefore, this isn't about one person's legacy. It isn't about Jeremy's donut or a fried egg or 2 bananas. In fact, I think it's quite insulting because actually this is the future of reorganisation. So what is important is what is right for our residents in Gloucester. For me, it would make no sense to vote for any other model than what we have coined the Greater Gloucester one. I have told the leader of the County Council, Councillor Lisa Spivey, that I will not be voting for the other 2. I will be voting for the Gloucester model. And if I can't vote for the Gloucester model on the County Council as a double hatter in November, then I will abstain from the vote altogether. Although I found the Lions report to be slightly bewildering in terms of data sets and criteria, it nevertheless shows the model to be viable, which certainly puts our city as priority. I strongly believe neither of the other two models do the same. My concern would be, with the other two models, less councillors for bigger areas of the city, and with the danger of the Gloucester voice being silenced by other areas of the county. Of course, the other districts, whether that would be the other Liberal Democrat-controlled ones of Cheltenham, Cotswolds or Tewkesbury,
30 seconds,
the
Councillor
other
Trimble.
two, Stroud and the Forest of Dean, will undoubtedly have their own preferences to a particular model. But let's not be under any illusion. These districts won't be thinking what's best for us here in Gloucester, but will be thinking of their own places they represent. It is therefore up to us to do the same by putting Gloucester first and foremost in any decision-making process. And therefore, for me, and I hope for you, it has to be the Gloucester model every time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Trimble. Councillor James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I move on to the points I want to make, I have to emphasise that the only reason we're having this debate at all is because of a Labour group motion, which called for the Greater Gloucester model to come before full council. And I have to say that it's very disappointing we are not discussing that Labour motion in full, but instead are having this limited debate. Having read through the Lions report, it should be noted that the option which comes out on top, according to the criteria used, is that of the Labour preferred option, the two bananas, as Councillor Hilton likes to call it. But of course, it's always the case that when you engage consultants to review the options available, they usually tell you what you want to hear, as it isn't in their interest to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The Greater Gloucester model, I believe, is an insular model that takes no account of the rest of the county at all. It's concerned with Gloucester and only Gloucester. That the rest of the country, the rest of the county will be lumped together is of no importance. Leaving people from Lechlade to Lydney or Cirencester to Cinderford under the one unitary makes no sense. The different sides of this county have very distinct needs, and these differences should be recognised. There's also the issue of the parishes which are proposed to make up the extended city model. Have they been properly consulted as to whether they wish to be part of a Greater Gloucester, whether they identify with the city as their urban centre, or are they just being included to make up the numbers? Local government reorganisation is about making councils more accountable and relevant to the communities that they serve. It's about more understanding for those who have to access council services as to who they go to. The Greater Gloucester model does not provide a coherent plan for the rest of Gloucestershire as a whole, and it will leave Gloucester isolated. Coupled with this is the understanding that the government is not favourably disposed towards the extended cities model. So even if it makes it through to the final cut, Greater Gloucester is unlikely to be the outcome preferred by those tasked with making the final decision. I would ask everybody here in this chamber to look at all the three options and to make a decision that suits the whole of our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Radley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a deep sense of frustration because we're talking about something which is sapping the energy away from the things that we should be talking about. So I think it needs to be acknowledged that this is, in many ways, local government navel-gazing, and we're not doing the things that perhaps we ought to be doing. And so it is disappointing. However, I also think it's really important that we have a full debate about these issues, and as Councillor James said, that we look at all of the options, that we understand them, and then with knowledge we come to a balanced decision that is yes for Gloucester, but also for the county. Now, when I've been looking at this, Councillor Harris made a point which I thought is absolutely critical to this, is that when you're looking at the population growth, a model which is for the whole of the county is just too big. It can't work. And so we need to have 2 as a minimum. And so thinking about how a model with 2 would work, I think is constructive. And I think it's the duty of this council to consider that in detail. Now, I've got a fondness for the Greater Gloucester model. I look at it and to me it makes sense. But what I'd really like to see more detail in looking at all of the models and helping us understand how they stack up so that we can look between and understand is the role of town and parish councils. Because that's an extra level of cost. That's an extra level of representation. And when I've looked at the information we've got from the county council, it's not there. It's not accounted for. So they were talking in the very useful debates that we've had and briefings that we've had about the number of people per elector. Well, that is different for Gloucester, and there's an expectation that Gloucester may not need town and parish councils, but that's not reflected in the wider model. So the information we have is skewed. I had a conversation with the Mayor of Milton Keynes when she visited the city, as I was helping out Howard, and they were saying that in order for a unitary to function with the size that they had, the parish council was absolutely essential to give that sense of place and to give that sense of crafted townsmanship. Now, I've recently been to Stroud and Stonehouse, and
30 seconds, Councillor.
thank you. And their parish councils, their town councils, do an excellent job in focusing the voluntary and community sector and getting local things done. So I think it's important we remember that Gloucestershire hasn't always been Gloucestershire. At one point, we were a greater Gloucestershire. And so looking at how we sit with the areas around us is also part of this decision. And so even though the first time I learned the term coterminous was when it was being explained to me in part of how things work in Gloucestershire, that's not what we are now. So
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Conda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the reference to banana split. Sadly, the 2-division offer, I think, has all the cream in the east, all the chocolate sauce or caramel sauce, and all the sprinkles in the east. And I do worry. I lived for 10 years in the Forest of Dean. That was until 20 years ago. I know how idiosyncratic the forest is in many ways, and I feel for them if they find themselves out on a limb in any of these offers. But I'm also thinking about several hundred years ago, King Charles II, when he came to the throne, paid Gloucester back for our support of Parliament in the Civil War, and how ironic it would be if we now see that Parliament could possibly diminish Gloucester, our great and ancient city, to a minor role in the county, however we end up being. So I see the irony in that, and I therefore have to support the Greater Gloucester model. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Conda. Any further debate? Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor James mentioned, in the own report the Gloucester City Council paid £30,000 for, it says that Gloucestershire, Greater Gloucester, isn't the best option. With Gloucester Unitary, it comes second. With Gloucestershire, East and West, it comes third. So it shows that in the own report that we've paid for, we've used our money for, we've instructed consultants for, it's not even the best option. So why are we discussing something that's not the best option? It doesn't make sense. So if members turn to the page 60 when you'll see yourself on the tally, you'll note that very clearly the highest scoring model is East and West Unitary, and the lowest scoring model is a single Unitary. Yet we're looking at the combined Greater Gloucester and East and West model. The score is actually worse than the single Unitary model with Greater Gloucester. So when you discuss the 3 options, what 3 options? You haven't made it clear. Are we discussing the Greater Gloucester with Unitary? Yes or no? Are we discussing the Gloucester Greater East and West? You haven't made it clear which option. There's 4 options there and you're only talking about 3. You haven't even clarified that correctly. Furthermore, if we look at page 61 scoring sheet, it shows that Greater Gloucester is not only weaker than East and West, it's significantly weaker overall if you twin it with the East and West version of Greater Gloucester, approximately 6% worse off than the top scoring East and West. So why are you even considering putting forward the Greater Gloucester model at all, when our own consultant, our own reports, our own investigation have already demonstrated that it does not stack up? It's not the best option. What's the point of spending more money, more officer time, more public resources exploring an option that's already been proven to be weaker? The evidence is there in black and white. The Greater Gloucester model simply does not perform well, and pursuing it risks further wasting time and money. I noticed in the report that it's saying it's going to be another £30,000. That's £60,000 wasted. Why don't we save that £30,000 and put it towards a black hole rather than spending it on something that's already been proven by our own consultants as not being fit for purpose? It doesn't make sense. But if you can clarify which option you're on about, because there's 4 options in there and you're only talking about 3. Thank you.
Councillor Gravels.
So back in April, when some of us were knocking on doors canvassing for the county council election, let me tell you all, it was not a good time to be a Conservative. So despite you sending Ed Davey into Abbeydale Ward, by the way, to try and get me out, that didn't work, but it added to the fun of it. So one of the things that came up time and time again was the Conservative approach to local government reorganisation in terms of having one council. I had quite a few emails from people saying, "Dear Andrew, we haven't voted Conservative for the last decade, but this time you've got our vote, and this is the reason you've got our vote." So people saw the benefit of rationalising everything and having just one authority. The whole thing absolutely stacks up and makes good sense. You heard this evening from our friend over there, the problems he has going to the county council with one issue, and they say, you need to go back to the city council, go and talk to them. And that goes on all the time. All the time. If you were reinventing local government, you would not have 2 tiers of local authorities just across the road. Just across the road. It is a nonsense. I know as a local councillor, I spent far too much time talking to highways saying, please can you fix these pavements or take these trees down or whatever. And they come back and they say, oh, we've looked at the maps. Those are Gloucester City trees. That is a nonsense. That is a waste of everybody's time. In terms of accountability, I believe that one Gloucester is the best. I think it's going to be the most efficient. And I think from my feedback in Abbeydale, it's going to be the most popular. And that's who I will be voting for, Rebecca, on November, whatever it is, with some passion, because I'm fed up of the way that it is not working at the moment. It's bonkers and it's not working and it's time to change. And the way to change it, I'm just looking at the clock, is to go for one council. Thank you.
Councillor Shervey.
Thank you. What this city needs is a bold, forward-thinking proposal, a once-in-a-generational opportunity to reshape local government that truly reflects the needs and aspirations of the residents that vote us in. My understanding is that the last major change to local government was in 1973. Some 15 years before I was born. So it has been quite a while. So it's important to take our time and fully assess what's right for Gloucester. The Greater Gloucester model is not just about a boundary change, but it's a model that delivers more targeted services closer to home, stronger local leadership with a more balanced councillor ratio, and more powerful voices for our residents. One critical issue that I think is overlooked in all other models to residents. If we go with any other model other than Greater Gloucester, we'll lose that local connection. What that means is that we could potentially We have more homelessness because we're unable to refer back, because we will now be one giant council. And we won't be able to refer back like to Cheltenham or Stroud. And there'll be less homes for the residents of Gloucester. Why will there be less homes? We currently have around 5,000 households on the waiting list across the whole of the Home Seeker Partnership, which is Gloucestershire and West Oxford at the moment. There's about 18,000 on the waiting list. All of a sudden, they will become equally connected with Gloucester. So we're removing the local connection. All of our current adverts for social housing will go from having hundreds bidding for them to possibly thousands. Our housing stock will become a free-for-all. New developments won't go to local residents. They'll go to anyone.
30 seconds, Councillor.
And our own residents will be pushed aside. So I think it's very important to remember local connection. That is very true.
Councillor Gravels, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's probably true that if you wanted to empty a pub in closing time, just bring up local government reorganisation and that pub will empty. I'm pretty much fed up with this already. I'm sorry, I'm just not as fired up as everybody else. But there are several things wrong with this whole process, which I find troubling. And the first thing that's wrong with it is we're not asking the people out there. I remember back in 2001, we had a decision. We had a committee system at Gloucester City Council, and we wanted to change it to either directly elected mayor or the cabinet system. We had a referendum, and the turnout was, I think, 35, 36%. Not brilliant, but that's roughly the percentage of people who were voting in local elections at the time. So people were engaged enough to go out and vote, and they voted for the cabinet system rather than directly elected mayor. I cannot see why we cannot do that again. Now, the other thing is, ultimately, we're not even the ones who get to decide. We're not deciding tonight whether or not to adopt the Greater Gloucester or any of the other options. That decision will be made in November. What will happen is the letter will go to the minister, and it will be the minister who decides. And that doesn't strike me as being particularly democratic. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that there's another huge decision to be made, and that's to direct the mayoral authority, WECA, Hereford, Worcestershire, etc. We're hardly even talking about that, and that's a huge decision, and I'm not even sure what the process is to make that decision. I think there's a few points that were raised in the debate that I need to bring up. Councillor Chambers talked about money. He mentioned £60,000. Well, we got a £49,000 grant from the government, and plus the £60,000 that we spent, we can reclaim the VAT on that. So, in fact, it'll only be a few thousand. But if you're going to talk about money, what does concern me is in this report, paragraph 9.4, the cost of implementation and transition. Last sentence, there is therefore likely to be a call in each principal council in Gloucestershire, including Gloucester City Council, to make provision in the 26-27 budget of at least £1 million. And where the hell are we going to find that? It's just an absolute joke. So that means if you can look at all the authorities in Gloucester, this new combined authority, or two combined authorities, whatever we end up with, are going to start their new life with £7 million worth of debt on their balance sheets. What a great start that's going to be. I wonder how many years that will take to recover all of that. Other thing that Andrew mentioned, out canvassing and yes, I can confirm Ed Davey was in Advydale. I've got the photographs and I can show it to you if you like. Spent a nice morning first going down the ski slope, in case anybody's interested. Yes, it's true. You went heavily on the single joint authority for Gloucestershire, and the problem is you went from 28 seats down to 6, so which implies that maybe the public weren't that engaged in it after all. But there you go. Personally, I do think the Greater Gloucestershire one is the better option, but I'll be perfectly frank with you, I'm not particularly enamoured of any of this. I don't think we should be doing this. I do realise there's a problem with people not realising what councils do what, but at the same time, I think this council is actually quite local and quite engaged with the residents and quite valued. And certainly, going out canvassing, we did have the Greater Gloucestershire thing in our leaflets. It was received, quite well by residents. So I think we're undervaluing ourselves sometimes. But if we can't get things to stay as they are, I think the Greater Gloucestershire personally is the next best thing. But, you know, we will ultimately make that decision in November.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of us may recall a few months back that this administration put out an advertise for a communications officer role or a spin doctor. Clearly, that spin doctor has been working on the opposite side of the chamber here because they're all in favour of the Greater Gloucester model. Anyway, looking at the Lions Consultant report, as colleagues have already said, it's favourable because, and I'll just read a few points from that report, which costs £30,000, and anything over £30,000 would have to be agreed by full council. And yet there's something in the proposal that a further £30,000 report could be produced by the same consultants. Maybe that's just a coincidence. I don't know. But anyway, it says in the report in paragraph 3.12, the Greater Gloucester is a compelling model with many benefits and the full proposal is likely to be compliant with government criteria and may contain a number of unique benefits compared to other options. It's all wishy-washy. It's all if, maybe, possibly. Further on, it says about the disproportionate amount of need in the Greater Gloucestershire Unitary, particularly related to children and young people. I think there's some really good work going on at the County Council with regard to children's services, adult care, etc., etc. The 6-point criteria number 3 talks about improved services delivery. We're talking about improved services delivery. If services delivery was so great, why do we members keep getting complaints about various issues all the time from members of the public, from our constituents? Criteria 4 talks about meaningful engagement, and GG scored highly on that, on meaningful engagement. Yet out there, as Councillor Wilson has said, most people haven't got a clue what this LGR is. They haven't got a clue. We're spending all this money on consultants. We should be out there talking to the public and seeing what they've got to say. The report states on page 57 that it's anticipated that the public supporting Gloucester will strongly favour GG option. Will it anticipate it based on what? On what have they concluded there? Who have they spoken to? And criteria 6 talks about stronger community engagement and focused community engagement, where again GG scored high. I submitted a petition to this city council regarding antisocial problems in my ward in the Synod Street car park, which now has over 656 signatures. Residents unhappy about the problem. Yet the cabinet member for environment doesn't even agree with it or oppose it instead of trying to help us. And Jeremy at the start said he doesn't care or agree. He didn't agree with the LGR, and yet he's come up with this own Greater Gloucester idea, which wasn't even agreed by all the parties in this chamber. You don't have a majority. What you should have done is that when you first thought of that proposal, you should have come to this council and we should have had a vote on it. And then if that was agreed, then you should have gone forward.
Councillor Patel, time's up. Time's up, Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Pullen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a number of observations, really, from this evening's debate. First of all, Councillor Wilson, the government actually asked local authorities to come up with a range of options. They haven't dictated to this county, Gloucestershire, or any of the districts. So, in fairness, we have been asked, not dictated to by the government. In terms of asking the people out there what they think, well, with the greatest respect, you never asked anyone in this council chamber what they thought either. And as I've said before, we are here to represent the people of Gloucester. That's what we're elected for. All I've heard tonight is Gloucester this, Greater Gloucester, we will be this, we will be that. Every term has Greater Gloucester in it. There are 2 unitaries if the Greater Gloucester is going to exist, and I have heard nothing that represents people, as Councillor James said, from Cinderford to Cirencester, from Stowe to Stroud, and they will all be in those other authorities. Just finally, the reason for local government reorganisation, as Councillor Gravel's touched on earlier, is to streamline services, to make things simpler for people to access councils, to understand and access local services and deliver. I personally don't believe that the one unitary Gloucester model is the best way to do it, but those are the principles that we should be looking for. Easy to access local services for local people in their communities, in their neighbourhoods. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Okay, Councillor Hilton to sum up.
Well, thanks for the debate, fellow colleagues. Just a quick thing, you know, the government's not dictating, they are, because they're passing legislation basically says that district councils are going to be abolished. And the government didn't have that in their manifesto ahead of election. Didn't Alex McIntyre have it in his manifesto and his leaflets that he wanted to abolish Gloucester City Council? No, he didn't. And Sarge talks about funding. You know, he talks about the funding of voting at council. The county council never had a vote on Stephen Davis's plan for single unitary. And when we're talking about funding, the county council spent so far about £800,000 on working through the plans for the two other proposals. The city council spent £60,000, of which we secured, because of my negotiating skills, £48,000 already to cover that cost. So in the end, it's probably going to cost about £6,000. We do know there's £20,000 still outstanding. So in the end, it might not cost us anything to put in the Greater Gloucester bid. Can I just make some points? The Greater Gloucester Council, we will have 80% influence on that council. A single unitary, we'd have 18% influence. And a West Split unitary, we'd have 34% influence. We would have at least 39 councillors from this city. A split county, we would have 20. A single unitary, we would have 20. We'd have more democratic oversight of the city of Gloucester. We don't require a town council, which you would under the other two models, but you wouldn't have one when you've got 80% influence over it. When you start the new authorities at vesting day in 2028-29, the income over expenditure for the three models is such. The single unitary will be in a deficit of £19 million. The East Unitary Authority will be in the black for £28 million. That's the rich side of the county. This is the one that Alex McIntyre and 5 of the MPs want to enforce on us. And the West Unitary will be in the red by £47 million on day one. This is the income you get from council tax and everything else, and the cost of your services. £47 million for the West Banana, the one that the Labour MP is currently backing.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Is the council happy to vote for the recommendations as a block? Yep. Okay. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour?
Those against?
Those against?
Abstentions?
Any abstentions? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to item 10, the updated 2023-2024 outturn and consequent impact on money plan. Councillor Wilson to move.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and explain, although I've already partly explained it earlier on in the question, just why we are in this position and really what the report says that we're going to do about it. So the purpose of the report we have in front of us is me to present an updated outturn position for 23-24, an updated reserves position following the actual outturn for 22-23 and 23-24, with an estimated outturn included for 24-25, and to consider the impact of the updated reserves position on the current year's budget and medium-term strategy. We are in this position, well, as we all know, as a result of having no accounts audited or not audited, dating back to the cyber attack at the end of 2021. We've been relying on manually produced accounting records and finance reports to inform us of our financial health and using this information to make important budget decisions. Despite being promised that the outstanding accounts would be published by March 2024 by the head of the previous administration, this never happened. We have now finally managed to untangle the mess and unfortunately have discovered that the costs this council incurred between 2022 and 2024 have not been correctly reported to council or in the published reports that were provided to the public. Before I go any further, I'd like to update Cabinet on where we are with regards to the years that were incomplete when I took on this portfolio. At one stage in my first year, we actually had 4 years' workbooks open, which is unprecedented. In 35 years of working in various finance roles, mostly in the automotive and aerospace sectors, I've never seen anything quite like this. However, over the last year, we've made a lot of progress, and I need to update you on where we are as regards to the years that were incomplete when I took on the portfolio. So 2021, 2022, we got those signed off in December last year. 2022, 2023 was signed off earlier this year in January, and they went before the Audit and Governance Committee in February. 2023-24 are currently going through the process with the auditors and should be signed off soon. And 2024-25 should be signed off by the statutory deadline, which is next February. Once that deadline is met, we will be up to date. It is my intention to ensure that the drama is taken out of this whole process and we start meeting our deadlines as a matter of course. I would like to acknowledge the effort and the hard work of our finance team, who have been working very hard and under extreme pressure to get to this point. In particular, our new head of finance, Alison Turner, and her deputy, Adrian Walters, who have been working exceptionally hard under, as I said before, enormous pressure. Unfortunately, where we are actually at this moment in time is that we have roughly £1.5 million less in reserves than we thought we had when we set the budget earlier this year. And for an authority of our size, that gives us a very serious challenge. The report goes into the financial challenges that existed already before we knew this information. In particular, interest rates are still running higher than previously anticipated. The recent government pay award of 3.2% was slightly higher than what we had in the money plan. The impact of funding reforms, we will not know the full story of this for another couple of months, but I'm sort of hoping that when we get into what the new funding arrangement will be, it may be not quite as bad as we were anticipating. There are delays in completing the forum, which we've already discussed tonight, which have impacted our revenue assumptions, and additional works are required to the museum building, and these will have both capital and revenue impact, as the museum may have to close for these works. As Jeremy and others have already mentioned, the cost of devolution and local government reform proposals are also quite substantial, again, as we've just discussed. And as I said before in the previous debate, what we're talking about here is not the work that we're doing at the minute on the Greater Gloucester model or anything like that. It's the transition and implementation costs, which will not be covered by additional grant funding. We're told to expect at least £1 million from each council in the cost of this, which is a phenomenal amount of money, and that will apply irrespective of what the final decision is. Asset management also has lower income from Longsmith Car Park as the upper floors are closed, and ensuring the delivery of savings already budgeted for in the money plan. And finally, the impact of delivering new corporate plan priorities. The report then goes on to talk about actions that we will need to do to increase reserves from 25-26 onwards.
20 seconds, Councillor Wilson.
Okay. We must increase, if I could ask just a little bit of leniency, because this is important, but I'm nearly finished. We must increase our general fund balances. We cannot have a negative balance there, so we must deliver the savings already in the plan. In addition, we will look at recruitment. We will have to increase car park costs, charges, because they're not covering their costs. We will review fees and charges, all non-essential spend, look at the scope of the UBIGO contract. Office has already commissioned an asset management review to develop a higher income generating profile, and we will revisit the business plans of the Guildhall Museum and Blackfriars. So finally, I would say that in addition to the actions I've mentioned, we need a change in mindset in this council. You know, we are in a sticky situation, and we will, our best chances if we all work together and try and get us out of it. We can't afford for this to go wrong, and we're going to have to make some difficult decisions, but I hope we will try and do it as sympathetically as possible, and I hope we're going to get buy-in from the rest of the council, because delivering this is not enough, and we have to deliver it. So, as I said, we are asked tonight to resolve the revised outturn, note the actions underway, and note the decision of the managing director to increase the car parking charges for the 1st of November, from the 1st of November, in line with inflation. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Thank you for your
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Who's seconding? Councillor Hilton? Would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Okay, let's move on to debate. Anybody like to debate? Councillor Wiederholt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed that the actions of the previous administration have now meant that apprenticeships in our city are no longer going to go forward. The young people of the city deserve better than that. We should be recruiting apprenticeships. We should be doing that to help people get skills to become, so that they can work in those jobs. So I'm very pleased to see that Horizon have dedicated themselves to an apprenticeship scheme, and that the Gloucestershire Airport will be taking on that role. So perhaps it's a very good thing that we've sold that airport so that the young people can get apprenticeships there, because unfortunately we don't have the money to afford those at the moment.
Councillor Radley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's with sadness that we all note this report. And in some ways, what Councillor Wilson is doing is very on brand for a Liberal Democrat, because in essence, he's pointing at a giant pothole. Because I think of the great hole that we have in our finances as a sinkhole, you know, the great sink of Gloucester. So it in many ways gets rid of the colour issue there. But I remember sitting here when we were having a discussion about spending on our cabinet, and that the Liberals were getting a hard time because we had more cabinet members than others thought was useful. And I think this shows the cost of having a small cabinet, because there perhaps weren't enough eyes and things perhaps slipped through. So I think this, in some ways, it's perhaps consequences of the unknown. And so I'm hopeful that with slightly more eyes, less will get through. We've mentioned quite a few times knocking on doors, and this makes me think of a lady whose door I knocked on, and I sort of politely said, what are you thinking of doing with your vote? And she looked at me and said, I always vote for the party that looks after the money. Now, I think she was saying to me that she voted for a party with a slightly indigo vibe. And I think of her a lot. I think of Marketing Gloucester. I think of some of the other things that have hit our city. And I wonder now if there is perhaps a pattern with that behaviour. And I don't think if I knocked on her door now, she'd be saying the same thing. So it is with sadness that I think we are where we are. And I think we will have to make hard decisions, but I hope as a council we will be able to pull through. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Chambers.
With the greatest respect, Councillor Hilton and Councillor Declan Wilson, you've both told fabrications tonight. I'm going to go back to the budget review. Quote, Councillor Hilton stated their Conservative administration budget wasn't set properly by the Tories. So we're sorting out their mess because they fiddled the books. And that was said in the budget meeting.
Like that was repeated back by Stephanie Chambers and
Noted.
That's noted.
That's noted.
If you'd like to take that up
Councillor
afterwards, I'll
Chambers.
show you the recording. That said, the statements of account January 2025 published accounts showed the shortfall then. So I'm at a loss to understand why 8 months later you're saying you only found out in July. Are you not checking the papers? I saw it. You're not checking the papers. Why are you not checking the papers? And the 151 officer can clarify that as well, because we had a meeting with the officer and that was stated. Published January 2025, not July, like you both said. Both of you said tonight, you're both factually incorrect. So you're not understanding the figures. You're not knowing where the figures are. You had the figures back 10 months ago.
Councillor Chambers,
you're not aware where you are.
Can you
So
direct to me, please?
the report makes it absolutely clear on page 65 that car park costs are rising. But let's be clear, this is not just a simple rise in car park costs. This is a disaster for our city. Local businesses are already surviving on a shoestring. It's devastating for them. Residents who want to support local businesses, it's just another barrier. And for employees who rely on shoppers coming into Gloucester, this is a direct threat to their jobs. Rising parking charges means fewer shoppers. Fewer shoppers mean less business. Less business means closures. Closures mean unemployment. And unemployment means more people dependent on benefits. This isn't just a minor adjustment, it's a nail in the coffin. And you were aware of the figures before the budget, so you should have put parking figures up then so people had time to adjust. And it doesn't stop there. 68 sets out in black and white that the very first year, the Liberal Democrats' administration shows a loss of over $250,000. Page 71 shows further decline, possible reduction in grass cutting across the city. Worse still, possible discussions of moving bins to 3 weekly collections. Not only that, the asset management's calling in CICs and making sure that they pay money, that several CICs in the city aren't. And yet, independents, we're laughed and ridiculed when we said, let's look at removing Guildhall, Blackfriars and Greyfriars, and we put a council amendment motion forward for that, passing it on to a profit-making business to make sure they run profitably and not at a £650,000 year loss. We're laughed and ridiculed, yet the new report says that they are looking into Blackfriars, they are looking into the Guildhall, and they are looking into Greyfriars. We also mentioned that the market, £300,000 missing market money was to be reviewed, and we're told that we're absolutely ridiculous, it wasn't in there. Funnily enough, the money's being reviewed and the money's being chased.
30 seconds, Councillor
So
Chambers.
Dexter's nodding his head, I know that is the case. So this isn't just bad financial management, it's a betrayal of Gloucester residents, betrayal of our businesses and betrayal of our young people. Unless things change now, every household in this city will have to pay the price. Thank you.
Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, can I thank Alison Turner and the finance team for the work that they've done on this report and bringing this awful, sadly, information to our attention. There's no getting away from where the blame lies here. It lies with the Conservative administration, and with respect, Councillor Chambers, you were a member of that administration. And the differences in the overspends are incredible, aren't they? £475,000 in 1 year, £538,000 difference in another year. I mean, come on, it's council taxpayers' money. You ain't taking your eye off the ball. You'd forgotten where the ball was, frankly. Councillor Hilton, yes, I wrote to you. Thank you for listening, and I'm pleased that between us, we have got an inquiry. I hope you will take a lot of the points I raised into consideration. We know that this was not of your making. That's absolutely clear. But we understand that you will have to make some difficult decisions. And we expect that frontline services are protected. Councillor Wilson talked about a change of mindset in this council. Now, that is crucial. I agree with that. Across all parties. That's fine. But we need you to start leading by example. We haven't seen that so far. If you want to work across party, I'm sure people will want to do that in the best interest of the city. But you need to give us a lead and lead by example on that. The Labour Group are going to support the report this evening, not just because we think we agree with every proposal that you put forward, but quite frankly, we haven't got a choice here, and the Labour group cannot stand back and watch this city go bankrupt, frankly. We want to act in the best interest of the city, and we would encourage everyone in this council chamber to do exactly the same. That's what we're here for. However, our support is conditional on that change of mindset in terms of working together.
30 seconds,
If you do that, our support will be continued. If you continue, as you have done in the past, to bulldoze things forward, then that support will be withdrawn, and withdrawn very quickly. Thank you.
Councillor Shervey.
Thank you, Mayor. For too long, this council had operated under a cloud of financial uncertainty and, quite frankly, poor administration. Yes, there's been fancy regeneration schemes that looked good on the surface, but beneath that facade, the cracks were forming. The truth was buried in the numbers, hidden from view. When opposition groups started to ask questions, the previous administration did what they always do and played the blame game. Back in February 24, before we took over, in opposition, we raised serious concerns at the budget meeting. We warned that the council was too focused on draining reserves and that staff were under-resourced, forcing members to chase officers because of their heavy workloads. The Independents also raised concerns about raising the VAT shelter and reserves. What the previous administration's response was, they called it a little bit tripe. What does that mean? It's dismissive. A small amount of nonsense, not too serious. Let's be clear, misreporting 1.5 million is far from a little bit tripe. And any party that says so shows disrespect for the residents of Gloucester.
Councillor Patel next. Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Chambers made some points about when did you know about the deficit? Was it in January? Why is it in the budget? So you're saying you didn't know in January then?
It's not
You only
Q&A.
found out in July?
It's not Q&A. Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Okay, so as far as the cyber attack is concerned, that was very well documented. Everyone knows about that. And it wasn't just Gloucester City Council that was affected by cyber attacks. It's been happening to companies and local authorities up and down the country and even around the world. And yes, it's been very distressing and sad that we are in this situation. Yeah, we are in this position where we are, but to blame the administration, we're not the financial accountants here. We're not the finance experts. We go by what the experts tell us, just like you're going by what the experts are telling you. And the experts were telling us one thing. There was a delay for the transferring the data across from the paper system to the new system, and that was the cause of the delay for the accounts. So it's quite crass to blame the administration on this. If there had not been a cyber attack, we were running a prudent, financially prudent run council, not only here at Gloucester City Council, but also across the other side at Gloucestershire County Council. And if anything, if this was a private sector organisation, heads would be rolling right now. Heads would seriously be rolling. And I don't mean with the councillors. And with the cyber incident, as I said, financial data was lost and officers had to rely on the manual systems and the figures were not identified whilst we were in administration and they were not published until January of this year. So we weren't hiding anything. It's not like we were covering up and spending money we didn't know that we didn't have. As far as we were concerned, we were given the data and the figures, and we were going by that figure. And we all, as we've always tried to do the best for our city and the taxpayer out there. And to suggest otherwise, it's wrong, it's unfair, and it's absolutely appalling. And as for the car parks, I'm surprised Councillor Pullen. It was only a few months back that Councillor Pullen and the Labour group put forward a motion to freeze parking charges in the city centre and in Gloucester, perhaps. And that was unanimously supported, well, overall majority supported in this chamber to freeze parking charges. And now look what the Lib Dems are doing. They want to put the parking charges up. As I said before, and I'll say it again, you're killing the city centres, you're killing the businesses. Do what's right, freeze the parking charges. Think about the people out there in this cost of living crisis. You want to encourage footfall into the city centre.
10 seconds,
people out there.
Councillor Patel.
Not what you're doing. So as far as our group are concerned, we're going to be abstaining, and we'll see until we see the terms of reference for the independent review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Sawyer.
So just to say, as cabinet member, when you become cabinet member, you get privy to see lots of decisions that have been made before you. And honestly, my eyes water at the poor decisions, financial decisions that the previous cabinet has made over the last few years. So they can't just blame officers, because there was some poor financial decision making happening. Just to correct Alistair Chambers, we wanted to put fees up at the Budget Council, parking fees, but you all voted against it. And then, yes, we did only find out in July. We had a cabinet away day planned to discuss our future budget and all our wishes and hopes for what we could spend it on. And then we just got told this news instead. So we went from talking about things we'd like to spend it on to looking at things to see how we can fix this situation. And as soon as we found out, other people found out, so we weren't holding on to it. And you say it wasn't the Tories, but you didn't make it a priority. You didn't throw resources at it. You didn't kind of make it one of your priorities to fix this. And also, we found, since we became administration, that there was a bit of a culture of fear with officers not wanting to speak to cabinet members. So, you can't just throw your hands up and say none of this was us, because actually, from what I've seen, a lot of it was to do with you.
Councillor Miller.
Hello, I don't normally stand up and say things, and I haven't had the insights that you have just told us you've had, but I just feel I took umbrage at what the Cabinet Member for Housing said about how we, on this side, do our books, okay? As a householder, I do my budget. I look at the bank statements and say, right, I need this, I need that, I need whatever. I see what I have, and I budget within it. I don't go over, but I don't have a lot of reserves. I use the money wisely. We were told by the officers what the budget was, what the money was, what we had to spend. We had COVID to go through, we had Aspire to sort out, we had a lot of crises, and we budgeted to give what Gloucester needed, the leisure and everything else, okay? If we made mistakes, we did it in good faith because we had the information we were given. The cyber attack completely wiped us out. Everything was banned. You've heard this, so I don't need to repeat it, okay? It was a huge, huge, horrible situation we found ourselves. All this evening, you've had Tories. We are the Conservative Party. Yes? We find the term Tories offensive. I'm proud to be a Conservative. Thank you.
Is there any further debate?
Councillor Hilton?
Councillor Hilton.
I just think we we do need to correct some things. I've got a sheet here with all the questions that we were asking at the time, motions we were proposing at the time, trying to get the form of administration that was running this council up to 2024 to get the accounts delivered on time or get them completed. We even put forward a motion that this council agrees with the view of Alison Ring, the Director for Public Sector and Taxation at the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, that delayed audit options lead to delayed accountability, issues being identified when it's too late, which is a real problem given the financial pressures facing local authorities. So we didn't find out about the seriousness of the problem until July. I told you that's when we found out. That's because our head of finance had carried out thorough forensic investigations into those last two set of accounts to make sure the figures added up, because she was concerned they weren't adding up and was causing a problem with this year's accounts, trying to reconcile everything. That's what happened. With regard to Councillor Chambers' suggestion that 3 weekly bin collections have been proposed by this council, they never have been. Never have been. It might well be that he's read it on Gloucestershire Live, and it's related to some local authority in Worcestershire or anywhere else, because it's not always local information. Because I've seen that story and I thought it's nothing to do with Gloucestershire; it's to do with another area of the county or country. So, and we do know that, you know, we talk about the cyber attack, and you're right about that. That had an impact on it. But is it the case that the administration, and we'll find out when we carry out our inquiry, is it the case that the administration at the time didn't hire additional staff to cover and get through the problems of the cyber attack and make sure that we delivered on the accounts? Because we asked question after question at Cabinet, at Council, and we kept getting, oh, it's happening, oh, it's going to happen next month, it's going to happen next month. We never got a clear proposal when the accounts were going to be sorted out. And I remember saying that it puts the new administration, whoever takes over on the May 2024, in a real difficult position, because they don't know how accurate the figures are. And let's make it clear, this happened when the Conservatives were in control of Gloucester City Council. It is their responsibility. They were managing the service, just like some of you are now trying to criticise the Lib Dem administration because there might be some issues related to services that are now being carried out. It's our job to try and fix it. It's our job to try and fix it. What I find quite disappointing is that the deputy leader of the Conservative group won't get up and say, sorry, we messed up.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We pay our council tax, so income comes in. We can't sell off Gloucester's family silver to fix the books. The previous administration, I mentioned Amy, the cleaning contract, dumping rubbish abroad, up to £250,000. Aspire, you know, putting people's health and fitness at the end of an obesity epidemic, because Aspire went. Marketing Gloucester, another failed project, and Tupley Park. So the scrutiny of private sector crony profiteers fleecing our residents, it's unacceptable. Thank you.
Is there any further debate?
To sum up.
Will you be summing up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I think the key point we need to remember is the cyber attack was back in November. It was the very end of November 2021. I remember it well. The thing is, though, these accounts have been signed off by the auditors in 2025. That's quite a gap between the two. And I think when we look into it, the issue that I think the most important question we will need to ask is, was the finance department given enough resources to do what they had to do? And I suspect the answer to that is no. But I think we need sort of people to look into it properly and see what conclusions they can come to. I mean, there may have been other issues, I don't know. But as somebody who continually asked questions about this, and I remember putting written questions to Cabinet, I remember proposing motions to Council, and then finally getting a promise that they would be done by March 2024 from the previous leader. And I thought that was it. But it's only when I took on the portfolio I realised what a mess we were really in. As regards the comment made by Councillor Chambers is that we knew about this in January 2025. What happened in January 2025 is the auditors signed off the accounts. Now, when auditors sign off accounts, what they normally do is, if there's different, they look at our management accounts, they look at our reports, and they check and they tie one back to the other. And if there are any issues there, they alert you to them. They didn't do that. And that's not what you get in a standard audit. It was only when we ourselves started reconciling those numbers back, and that didn't happen until June, July time. That's when we discovered there were problems. So effectively, when you turn around and say, well, you knew about this and you're lying, and I resent being called a liar, incidentally. When you sort of, now I've lost my train of thought because I got a bit angry there. Effectively, what you're saying is you didn't discover our mess quick enough, so therefore you're to blame. It's like an architect whose building is just falling down, complaining about the rescue service haven't come quickly enough, and complaining about how they're cleaning up the mess. I'm afraid this is one hell of a mess that we are cleaning up. There's a lot of hard work has gone into that. And as I said, I just want to get us back to normal days again when we've got proper systems working and we've got confidence in the numbers. So as I said, it isn't true that we knew about this in January or February 2025, because it's a little bit more complicated than that. So it all came out in July, unfortunately. But irrespective of when it came out, it doesn't take away from the fact we still got a problem, and it's quite a substantial one, unfortunately. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is there... Okay, no further. Okay, we can move to the vote. I just want to ask, is the council happy to vote on the recommendations as a block? Yep. Okay. On to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Okay. Any abstentions?
Okay, that's carried.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to section 11. Treasury Management Year-End Annual Report 2024-2025. Councillor Wilson to move.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Q4 Treasury Management update. Essentially, the CIPFA Code of Practice for Treasury Management recommends that members be updated on Treasury Management activities at least quarterly. This report therefore ensures this Council is implementing best practice in accordance with the Code. The report also highlights issues specific to the Council and interest rate forecasts as provided by the Council's Treasury advisors. The body of the report provides an overview of the Council's performance for the financial year 2024-2025. Appendix 1 highlights the key performance indicators in line with the Council's Treasury Management Strategy. Appendix 2, the interest rate forecast, and Appendix 3 summarises the Treasury investments held by the Council. The Treasury Management Strategy for 2024-25, which includes the annual investment strategy, was approved by the Council on the 21st of March 2024. It sets out the Council's investment priorities as being security of capital, liquidity, and yield. The Council will always aim to achieve the optimum return on its investments, commensurate with proper levels of security and liquidity, and with the Council's risk appetite. In the current economic climate, it is considered appropriate to keep investments short-term to cover cash flow needs, but also to seek out value available in periods up to 12 months. With highly credit-rated financial institutions using our suggested creditworthiness approach, including a minimum sovereign credit rating and debt default swap overlay information. During the year, we had an average of 15.25 invested short-term. These funds were available on a temporary basis, and the level of funds available was mainly dependent on the timing of precept payments, receipt of grants, and progress on the capital programme. The Council holds, at the end of the year, the Council held 10.523 million with CCLA, as a long-term investment, i.e. over 1 year. CCLA, in case anyone's asking, stands for Churches, Charities and Local Authorities. It's an investment management company, which I think has its roots in the Church of England, that serves non-profit and public sector clients. The company is known for its sustainable investment approach, focusing on environmental, social and governance factors. As regards borrowing, in 2024-25, no new long-term borrowing was undertaken. The Council have taken the decision to borrow short-term to fund the forum development. Short-term rates are lower than long-term due to the normal gilt curve we are experiencing. As the forum is still under construction, we are able to absorb these finance costs and spread them over the life of the asset. Once the asset is complete, we will make a decision alongside our advisors on the best way to structure our borrowing. As regards debt rescheduling opportunities have been very limited in the current economic climate, given the consequent structure of interest rates and following the increase in the margin added to gilt yields, which has impacted the Public Works Loan Board new borrowing rates since October 2010. No debt rescheduling has therefore been undertaken to date in the current financial year. With regards to compliance with Treasury and prudential limits, during the financial year, the Council has operated within the Treasury limits set out in the Council's Treasury Management Strategy Statement and in compliance with the Council's Treasury Management Practices. The recommendation is that the contents of this report be noted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a second, Dan?
I guess your man.
So, Councillor Hilton, would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Okay. Okay. Onto the debate then. Any debate? Yes, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. If we can turn to page 83. We have to face a very uncomfortable truth for Gloucester City Council's Lib Dem administration for not just mismanaging money, it's also investing your money, taxpayers' money, in some of the most questionable banks and financial institutions of the world. Right now, our council's short-term access accounts sit with Goldman Sachs, Barclays, and Aberdeen Standard. And let me call this what it is. These are not ethical partners. These are banks that have been repeatedly criticised for their role. Aberdeen Standard in modern-day slavery supply chains through Boohoo. Fracking, destructive mineral excavation, and the financing of Barclays of weaponising Israel against Palestine, which NATO has classified as a genocide. This isn't just my opinion alone. I have references and credible independent sources to back every word of what I've just said. So let's be perfectly clear. By choosing these banks, Gloucester City Council is operating unethically. Lib Dem administration is operating unethically. The record speaks for itself. One of these banks was fined 7.2 million for failing to protect client money. Another was fined 34.3 million for not reporting its banking failures. Aberdeen Standard just lost the St James fund of 268 million because St James didn't want to be associated with an unethical banking. And across these boards, institutions have been exposed for criticised for supporting fracking, for backing explorative labour, modern-day slavery, and for funneling money into businesses and industries that destroy communities, destroy the environment, and destroy human rights. So I ask you, how can we as councillors, sworn to protect the city, justify handling residents' money to these institutions? How can we have any conscience to continue to invest in organisations tied to modern-day slavery, environmental destruction, and conflict, while the same telling residents there's no money for apprenticeships, no money for services, and no money for basics like grass cutting and bins? This is hypocrisy at its highest order. This is not a technical issue. This is not numbers on a page. This is about values. This is about whether Gloucester City Council will continue to bankroll exploitation, or whether it will finally stand up and demand that every pound of taxpayers' money is invested ethically, transparently, and responsibly. Residents deserve better. Businesses deserve better. The people of Gloucester deserve better. And unless this council changes course immediately, history will remember this, not as financial prudence, but as a moral failure. Thank you.
Any further debate? Yes, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said this before, I said this again, about mutual societies are owned by the savers and borrowers. The B Corp institutions, I welcome what Councillor Chambers has said. B corporations are standard in social and environmental performance, transparency and accountability. It's great that we've got 1 of 5 here with the churches and charities. However, I question Goldman Sachs, Barclays, Aberdeen Standard and JP Morgan. We should be going down the route of Triodos Bank, Co-op, other mutual societies. Thank you.
Anyone else like to debate? Councillor Patel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to agree with the comments that have already been made by 2 colleagues in the chamber. Only 2 days ago, that a new report commissioned by the UN found that Israel has been committing a genocide in Gaza, with 4 of the 5 genocidal acts ticked, defined under international law. There is an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. There are starving children. Over 65,000 people have been brutally butchered, massacred. 20,000 of those have been children. Body parts blown up, dead, splattered. Over 160,000 injured. The highest count in the whole of the world on disabled children now. 90% of homes damaged. Ethnic cleansing. Civilians killed while they're queuing up for food at food aid sites. Over 500 over 500 spy flights by this UK government that have flown to Israel on missions. And you have UK arms companies who've been supplying parts for Israel jets, which have been bombing hospitals, schools, refugee camps, etc., etc. Yes, I agree. I think this council has a moral and legal responsibility to ensure that public funds are not invested in or used to procure from companies complicit in war crimes. This council should conduct a full and urgent review based on what we've just seen in that report, a full and urgent review of its procurement, investment and pension fund policies, including the local government pension fund scheme holdings, to ensure that no company complicit in Israel's military actions, the occupation or the humanitarian violations in Gaza benefits from council funds and this city's taxpayers. I request that the local government pension scheme administrators divest from any such companies and publish an annual transparency report listing the divestments and exclusions on ethical grounds, and also provide a statement of the Council's alignment with international law and human rights, and publicly condemn the genocide being openly committed by Israel in the 21st century. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Pullen?
Yeah, just very briefly. To be honest, I didn't intend to speak, but I just find it a bit strange that Councillor Patel was in administration when all of these funds were invested, you know, and now you're criticising where they were invested. And with respect, you know, it's this administration that is now invested. And let's hang on.
Councillor Pullen, please continue.
Yeah, sure. But we are investing in, what did you say it was, Declan? The churches and local authority charities. And local authority, yeah, which is of beneficial interest, which is of social interest, yeah? And I absolutely agree with the points that Councillor Jones made as well, that we should be looking more at social societies, community interest companies, and I think you mentioned the Co-op Bank and other sorts of ethical investors. I have to say, I don't know how some of the companies that you have identified have invested their money, but you were the guys at the time who actually invested that.
Just like to come back on Councillor Pullen's comment. We were in administration, yes, but there wasn't a genocide happening there where people are being butchered and bombed on a daily basis. Hiroshima, we said never again. And look what's happening. This is 10 times worse than Hiroshima, what's happening. So please, Councillor Pullen, please get your facts straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Sorry, it's a point of order, 15.14. He said you guys, referring to myself as well about administration. If I can just clarify something very quickly.
Yes, please go ahead.
With the greatest respect, Councillor Pullen, for the last 2 years since I haven't been a Conservative, I've raised the finances and how they've been invested in Gloucester City Council. The moment I saw and had sight of the finances, which I called in the same paper several years ago, and I also requested that the information where the money was spent was circulated, and that was with Councillor Declan Wilson, and he kindly circulated the banking of where the money, I think it's 21 million at the time, was invested. So that's just a clarification. As soon as I was aware of the banking, I made that that point and then questioned it. Thank you.
Point of explanation.
A point of explanation. You are right. You have been raising it recently in the last 2 years, so I will take that back.
Noted. Councillor Radley, please.
You come in at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is right and proper that we acknowledge that we are holding other people's money, and we are under a duty to make sure we don't lose it. So in terms of the investments that we make, I believe we are under an obligation to manage the levels of risk. Now, I think, yeah, where we can, we should be investing that ethically. And it makes a lot of sense that we invest in areas that bring no harm, but there is risk and there is different levels of reward. So I think being sensible about how we use that money is great. It is wonderful to hear a member of the Conservative and Unionist Party acknowledging the difficulties and challenges that we have in Gaza. My party, this is something that has been talked about deeply, and very sadly, I attended one of the briefings that one of our MPs gave about the situation there. And so we need to think about how this council can meet its obligations, its moral obligations, in doing no harm, but also making sure that we actually don't lose any money and that we make good use of the money that is entrusted to us by the people of Gloucester.
Thank you, Councillor Radley. Any further debate? Councillor Hilton?
Yeah, I wonder whether Councillor Chambers went on to ChatGPT or whatever it's called and said, please write a speech for me to make extreme, exaggerated claims about where the council's money is invested. The churches, charities, local authorities, £10 million. That's an investment. This is generally the Treasury management. This is the money that's flowing through their account. Goldman Sachs, 0. Aberdeen Standard, 0. JP Morgan, 0. Barclays deposit account. I wonder how many members I'm looking at now, and particularly in that group, bank at Barclays Bank. How many run businesses that they use Barclays Bank? And Councillor Patel goes on about the local government pension scheme. He knows, he's a county councillor, that you have that debate at Shire Hall. It's the county council that manages the local government pension scheme. And we've had these debates time and time again about where money... This is not about investing in the long term or investing in stocks and shares. This is about cash in the bank that you can use as quickly as you possibly can. That's what this money's for. It's to pay the staff their wages and things like that. It's just moving through. So, you know, if there's members here that don't bank at Barclays and bank at other banks, that's fair enough. That's a decision you make. But there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people in the city of Gloucester, I imagine, have accounts at Barclays Bank. Are you suggesting they're doing so to invest in the sort of horrors that Staj Patel was talking about? Of course they're not. You're just making one of the biggest gaslighting debates you can possibly have. you are gaslighting the council by suggesting these things are happening. It is just ridiculous. And there is, we've had no facts behind it. We've just had statements of
Councillor Hilton, can you
nothing based on it.
sit, please? We've just taken a point of order, Councillor Chambers.
Right of reply to 15.11. Councillor Hilton's using words like gaslighting is not acceptable at all. You spread out the rules of the...
What's your point of order?
My point of order is he stated that Goldman Sachs 0 and Aberdeen Standard 0. These balances are part of the consistently moving picture. The council have deposited money in there, and so what I've said is absolutely correct. Thank you.
Councillor Patel, you have a point of order?
Yes, thank you.
Is it a point of personal clarity?
Yes, please. 15.14. Councillor Hilton, I'm absolutely appalled, and I find it disgraceful that you can say that myself here, and maybe other members as well, are gaslighting. Gaslighting, a genocide. Absolutely disgraceful. Please take that back. Thank you. Please apologise. As a leader of this council, please have some respect. Please. Thank you.
Councillor Hilton, please continue.
The intention of the debate is to gaslight the council, to make out exaggerated claims about how the council is handling its money. There's been no real evidence behind it. We've not had any emails or requests to check the finances. And I say, lots of people in Gloucester will have their money in Barclays account. And secondly, the churches, charities and local authorities fund, which is often at the LGA, is investing, we've got £10.5 million in it. The rest of the Treasury management is money that we borrowed to invest in the Forum, to invest in St Oswald's retail park, to invest in all these other things. And it is just a ridiculous claim being made by Councillor Chambers. If he's got the real evidence, then give us the real evidence. But he's talking about somebody went here, somebody went there. We've heard it all before, time and time again. No absolute substance behind his accusations, no evidence. He'd be laughed out of court. If he was up in front of court arguing this point, the judge would say, Councillor Chambers, give us the facts. He hasn't given us the facts. He's made a statement. And he's gone on artificial intelligence and come up with another speech which is just exaggerated nonsense.
Councillor Chambers.
With the greatest respect, right of explanation again. I take
a point of order.
Point of order, yeah, 15.14. This is unacceptable. The way he's dealing and conducting himself in council is fully unacceptable. And the right of explanation is I've got every reference here for each site. FCA, financial thing, Reuters, CNBC, Financial Times. I've got absolutely everything here. So you're more than welcome to come and look at the references. I'm not making them up. They're not unfabricated. They're fully substantiated. And to finalise that, the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Councillor Hilton, would you like to conclude your speech?
Oh, I've said it all.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Wilson, to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Blimey, was it the wee Treasury report? I take your point, actually, and I don't disagree with what you say, Saj. What I suggest is every year this council approves a Treasury management strategy. The last one was approved March this year. It's usually around about March. Next year would be the next one. I suggest that you put some amendments into if you want to make some changes to that. I think what you'll find is that as regards some of these banks, it's quite difficult to get banks that will work with local councils. So we're not exactly spoiled for choice. But whether or not that's had an effect or not, I can't remember because it's been some time since this has come up. But I would suggest that we can, when we do the new strategy for next year, that we look into this and see if there's something we can change in our as regards who we bank with, and that's really all I can say.
Okay, let's move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
Okay, those against?
Those against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's carried. Okay, members, I note that we're literally a couple of minutes away from the guillotine, which is 9:30. We could take a vote now, I think.
You have to ask the council if it wishes to close the meeting.
So I just wanted to ask, would the council like to close the meeting now? And we'll need a two. The motions.
It's a lot, quite a lot.
A lot.
The motion.
Yeah.
Could they be carried over?
No. They would have to be moved again.
So
those who wish to close the meeting, Councillor Conda.
Can I request that we deal with number 12, council membership dispensation, which should not take long?
It wasn't carried
No?
over.
No.
No?
It wasn't carried over.
Those in favour of closing the meeting,
show their hands.
show hands.
Those against?
Those against?
Okay, the meeting goes on for one more
The
hour.
meeting will continue for a further 1 hour, 60 minutes. I think that's very reasonable. Let's have a 5-minute break. We'll return at 9. Proposed by Councillor Hyman. Councillor Hyman to speak.
Mr Mayor, this motion is one we should all be able to support. I had a meeting recently with the City Centre Commission Steering Group at the campus. We were given a tour of the building by the university, and I was impressed with the progress so far and look forward to its completion. Thanks to the vision of the University of Gloucestershire, this building has been given new life, which will not only benefit the university, but those who live, work and visit Gloucester. Outdated gas boilers have been replaced with air source heat pumps, which will result in a significant reduction in carbon emissions. The Roman fort in the basement has since gone, so there will be no Roman soldiers unless you believe in ghosts. The campus will serve as a vibrant educational hub, offering cutting-edge facilities such as simulation spaces, virtual reality labs and an EEG lab, which will enhance the learning experience for students. Unfortunately, I was unable to use the virtual reality lab whilst I was there. The building is also home to the university's Institute of Education, as well as its psychology and social work programmes. The city campus development has to date provided sustained employment for nearly 1,000 people on site, including 35 who were not previously in employment and 26 apprentices, and opened opportunities for graduates and students to gain valuable practical experience alongside their academic learning. The campus also includes, as was mentioned earlier, community-focused spaces like a health, arts and wellbeing centre, and the grand opening of the library is on Monday, 13th of October. The city campus will be a great asset to the city centre with all the regeneration in the area. This motion is asking the council to write to the Vice-Chancellor, Claire Marchant, to congratulate her and her team on delivering such a successful and ambitious project. It also acknowledges the role of the former Member of Parliament for Gloucester in lobbying for the necessary funds through the government's Levelling Up programme. And members and residents are encouraged to make full use of and actively support the new campus and the new library. Although there is no student accommodation at the new campus, there is student accommodation throughout the city, with the nearest being about an 8-minute walk away. And if they live farther afield, they can catch the bus and use their student pass. With the new city campus, the University of Gloucestershire now has 2 campuses in Gloucester and 2 in Cheltenham. So please vote for the motion, which shows our support for this exciting new project, which will benefit both the students and the city of Gloucester. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Your seconder is Councillor Conda. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll speak now, thank you very much. I've spent over 20 years working in a variety of libraries, both in Gloucester and London and Norfolk. And for 10 years, I worked directly with young children and their parents in family centres and Sure Start centres, and particularly with those who needed the library brought to them. When interviewing prospective staff, I used to say it's not about the books, it's about the people. We'd help people with their inquiries and offer a range of material far more diverse than anything on offer in bookshops. At a time when library services around the country are embattled, here in Gloucester we have the prospect of a new, airy, exciting space in which families and individuals, old and young, can meet, discover new ideas and interests, and make discoveries about their own community too. Books are a tool. They help us learn, explore, relax and develop. I urge those of you who are not members to join. Libraries give us a new outlook and new ideas, but they give this all for no charge. It's a true asset for the city centre at a time of great change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Conda. Move on to debate. Anybody? Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, a good news story, something positive. Let's just lift the temperature, shall we? Because it's all been a bit serious. So, thank you, Howard. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing this motion forward. It is really good to see the city campus finally open. It's an asset to the city centre. And I'm really pleased personally to see as well that it is addressing social sciences, training social workers, training people to work with children and young people in our city. That's absolutely great. You're right, Claire Marchant, the Vice-Chancellor, we must write to her and say well done. Not forgetting, of course, that it was Stephen Marston, her predecessor, who also did an awful lot of work on this. So we've got to give them credit for their creative thinking and, quite frankly, for the risk that they took in buying, you know, an empty shop right in the middle of our city. We've got to give them credit for that. That's fantastic. Pleased to see also that it houses the Central Library. So good news all round. There's always a but, of course, from me. And I think that I think the City Council, though, may have missed a trick, because I think that our customer gateway information services would be really good placed in placed in the city centre at City Campus. Maybe that's something, I think that falls within Councillor Trimnell's responsibility. We might consider, just to plant that thought. But congratulations to the university. Well done.
Councillor Radley.
Thank you. Again, as you said, it could have been seen as a bold or even courageous decision for the university to go for the Debenhams building, but it is beautiful. It sits there and it just looks beautiful. I remember we went for a visit when it looked like a car park and it looked like it was going to be a multi-storey, but now it is just a credit to our city. But it makes me think of another library. I used to work in Worcester. I used to work at the University of Worcester. And the University of Worcester's academic library is in the Hive, which is operated with Worcestershire County Council. So you have the academic library and the County Council's library in the same building. And I attended various events, activities, outreach programmes where you saw that mixing of the people of the city and the county and the university students. Now, might not sound that impressive, but it actually started breaking down some of those barriers and perceptions about what a university student actually is. You know, a student would smell just as badly who was a university student as another young person sitting next to them. It's a way to just normalise an experience. Now, it's all about open choice. And I think there's the potential for that mixing and for that considering options that we could potentially get from our library, where we have our county, our city library, and we've got those university students. I mentioned I'm a recovering careers advisor, and I'm also a recovering widening participation officer. So I was tasked with trying to engineer these experiences to get young people to think clearly about all their options, about whether higher education was for them or just as valid, not for them. And I sat down one of the University of Worcester's illustrious lecturers who I targeted because he was very tall, younger for a university lecturer, looked like a real relatable person. And I tried to explain to him what I actually wanted. So I said, what I want is you to just say that you're a person, right? That you're normal. And a bit like Springer's Final Thoughts, yeah? And he said, do you mean like the academic journals? So after a very long time, we understood each other. And so I think in some ways, this building gives us the opportunity for learning, and we don't know how that might bounce, because it then means that we've got potentially better quality of opportunity, and that could have a big impact on the life chances of our young people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what everyone else is saying. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, firstly, and congratulations on your new role, and it's great to be back in the chamber.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I think we can all agree what an excellent asset to the city centre the new university, library and campus will be. The facility will benefit those of all walks of life, from 0 years old in the baby bounce classes to the 100 years old with the dementia and library choirs, and for those who are just academically studying. 20 years ago, I never imagined during my time working at Debenhams, when the alternative kids stood outside King Square in their new rocks wearing all the brilliant alternative clothes, that it would turn into a university. It is a new era for the city centre and for a new generation. It is also fantastic to see that we are putting investment into the city for young people. We will see the next generation of aspiring teachers, social workers and psychologists from within their campus. I also hope that the university and the library will help tackle health inequalities with all the free activities that it can offer. As someone who works in a lot of the libraries across the county, helping those into employment, libraries are not the dusty old places that they used to be. They are a community hub. They're for people of all walks of life, and they should be used for everyone. They're not quiet, they're loud, they're bright, and it's great because I've seen Age UK use library spaces for drop-ins, and I've seen, you know, people learning of all ages using computers, you know, learning new skills, and the baby bounce and rhyme sessions for young families. It's fantastic, and it's just such a wonderful asset to the city, and we should all be so proud. And it's just great to have something positive come to the city in light of this really dark and dismal world that we're living in. We want to help and empower and just come together as a community, and that's what Gloucester is about. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I'm going to say is congratulations to the university in shifting from outdated gas boilers to a more sustainable dual air sourced heat pumps, which will provide both heating and cooling. The new system substantially reduces operational carbon emissions. These measures are designed to drastically reduce the building's energy demand and improve overall efficiency by 80%. University of Gloucestershire is one of the #1 leading carbon footprint reducing institutions in the country, if not the world. Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
I just wanted to echo the words of Terry Pullen about Stephen Marston. He didn't explain exactly how critical he was in the whole process. It was Stephen Marston, when he was Vice-Chancellor, that made the decision for the university to buy the Debenhams building. I know we had discussions in council, didn't we? Worried about what was going to happen to the Debenhams building, whether it was going to remain empty for year after year after year when it closed. I mean, I used to like going in Debenhams because to buy some clothes and things like that. And I can remember going into Debenhams when I was under 12, when I used to go swimming, and we used to go there afterwards. Get your pick and mix sweets. I remember that as well. But I think the bravery of the university to buy that building was good. The support of the council and the support of the city MP in getting funding to help contribute to it. I gather it's cost around £75 million. It's more than its cost should have cost. I've been in there a couple of times since it finished, and before that, when it was under construction, gone from the basement. We went to the basement to the roof, didn't we, John? To have a look at it as it was physically completed, rather than the fitting out and stuff like that. And I seen the chapel that was there, and the old brick gravestones that were there that should now become a car park. It was a very difficult project for the university, a really difficult project. But the fact that we've retained this 1930s, I think, Art Deco building right in the centre of Gloucester, it's prominent in King Square, it's just opposite the Forum, it's going to really help the life and the economy of the city of Gloucester, and it's going to be a really positive thing. So we should congratulate everybody that's been involved in this, and the members of this council have been involved from across all parties supporting the university in its project. And I look forward to going into the library. I was once a cabinet member for the library as well, so it'd be interested to go and see that on the 13th of October and see how the library services change. I suspect the library, Gloucester Central Library, and it'll be used by the students as well, will really see the numbers of going in there and picking up books or being customers of the library service will rocket compared to what it is in Brunswick Road. The only thing, Mr. Mayor, we've got to deal with is what do we do with the old library, and we've got to make sure, and I've lobbied for that at the county council, to make sure that the county council has proper conversations with us about the future of the old library building as well.
Councillor Tracy.
Well, I endorse all what's been said here at council this evening on that, and thank you for bringing the motion to the table. I was going to start back. I'll start back with what you finished on, Councillor Hilton. I hope and pray that the bottom of Brunswick Road will not be a ghost centre. And I hope and pray that we can get something done to fill the gap of the library. I did speak to Kate just earlier on. Didn't I not? Sorry? Louisa, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, and senior moment. And I just said, hey, what's going to go, blah, blah. But in that library space, but I was hoping the museum could move into it, but apparently there is a clause on that. But you're absolutely right, finishing on that. Yeah, well done for bringing this motion. It is another gem in our city. And it's a Highways outside, because Highways County Council owns all around there. I remember years ago, I was in the library, we used to have a youth club upstairs, and it was in the restaurant on the top floor. And I remember going in one day to meet my friends upstairs with some odds and rockers, and there was a notice outside saying, due to bad behaviour of a certain section of the public, this restaurant will remain closed. So I thought, I was about 16 or 17, I thought, I'm not having this. I said, where's the manager? And yeah, the manager was there, and I remember Mr. Pope owns the Pope family. Very tall guy, used to sit on the committee for Association of Youth Clubs. And there was Mr. Jarvis, he said, I'm sorry, he said, but Mr. Pope's away. And I had a letter come, I still got the letter now today, inviting me there to see what I suggest for for our age group. And I said, what about fashion shows and things like that, and a jukebox? Anyway, what they did do, they opened a restaurant down, there was a restaurant downstairs, I don't know if you can remember that, down in the basement, so they put that there. But then the Pope family were very, very good. But Debenhams bought so much there. They had wonderful clothes. I remember when the escalator first went in the escalators and everything else. And the Pope family were very good to their staff and good to the community outside too. So I think it's gone to, the university. Like you said, it costs millions to move in there. But it will be a flagstone. As we say, we've got the rugby club now, we've got the cathedral, we got the old Bon Marché, Debenhams, and we also got our leader of the council, Jeremy Hill. Sure. Get out of that.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to join all my colleagues here in congratulating the university on bringing this amazing new campus to our city centre. A bit like Councillor Hilton, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the opening of this new campus will change the ambience of our city centre. I'm hoping that this injection of youth and vibrancy will revitalise the social scene in Gloucester, and not just talking about the night time, but daytime too. Students have time between lectures, don't they, for exploring the city centre. They'll need to eat, they'll need to drink. I didn't know what a chai latte was until I was 43, but I think today's students are far more sophisticated and will hopefully frequent our local businesses to share their lecture notes, to relax, unwind over a coconut hazelnut latte. That's my coffee order, by the way. As portfolio holder for culture and leisure, though, I want to assure the university that I'm really keen to ensure our cultural offering in Gloucester is enticing enough for our students to want to stay around in Gloucester for their socialising and for their cultural enrichment. I think one of the things that will be key to this is King Square. It's right under their noses, and that's what people notice. And if we can bring more events and more animation to that space, I think it will show them that they don't have to look very far for fun and entertainment. I think it's taken a bit of a while to work out how to use that space effectively. It's kind of a big blank canvas. It has lots of potential, but it's just how do you fill it? But we're starting to see a lot more activity there. This year so far, we've already had, we started off the year with the Bright Nights installations. We've had dinosaurs, Moomins, Paw Patrollers. We've had a Beyond the Veil photography exhibition. The VE Day tea dance was there. Women's Rugby World Cup quite recently was screened there. We've had Filipino Heritage Day. Gloucester FM did a live broadcast. Gloucester Goes Retro had a seaside extravaganza. So we are really trying to use that space and get people going there. There's still more to come. We've got this weekend, there's a Refresh Careers event, and I think students coming to the city will really find that useful. We've got Chinese Heritage Day coming up in September. There's the Christmas Lantern procession. We'll have Drift Tricks in January, which, yeah, what is that? It's an installation of skatable sculptures, of course. So they'll be there for a few months. There'll be workshops involving local people. So I hope that our students will see all of this going on outside their lecture rooms, and they'll be inspired to bring their own fresh ideas for future events in the city as well. Another great addition to King Square that I really hope our students will enjoy and benefit from will be Proud Gloucester, which is an LGBTQ community hub / cafe / pizza parlour that's opening around October time as well. So I encourage everybody to go and visit it when that opens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, absolutely. We welcome this motion, and everyone in the chamber, of course, welcomes it too. What was once a vision is now an incredible reality. Without doubt, the new City Centre University campus is an extremely exciting time for the city centre. £75 million cost, and I think it's worth every single penny in helping secure the future, the education for future generations. Starting right now, 1,200 students. That's an incredible number. To see that many students in the city centre it's very encouraging. And in fields of education, social work, arts, health and well-being, a library, a community library, and a community hub as well. So there's going to be a lot of action there, a lot of movement there, a lot of footfall. And this will hopefully help the city centre thrive. And as I said, it will help increase the footfall and help support the local businesses, especially the small businesses too, and bring more confidence into Gloucester. So just to finish off and say well done and thank you to all those involved in making that vision a reality. I'd like to thank the County Council, which was previously run under a Conservative administration, the City Council, which was previously run under a Conservative administration, the NHS, the Conservative government for providing the levelling up funding for the project, and our previous Conservative MP, Richard Graham, as well. So thank you, God bless, and well done.
Any further debate? Any further debate? Actually, sorry, Councillor Chambers.
I might not have seen eye to eye with Richard Graham over the years, but I've got to say he was one of the hardest working MPs this city has had. So I've got to take my hat off to him and the hard work he's done with regards to Debenhams, the train station, and everything around the city. So fair dues to Richard Graham. I was going to say something else, but time's getting on and I want to go home.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Shall we? Councillor Hyman, would you like to sum up?
I'll be very brief because obviously we're all in agreement. I think it's an excellent, what happened in the city centre with this new campus, and I'm glad that everybody supporting it. And that's all I need to say, really. I just want everybody to put their hand up when you say who's in favour.
And on that note, we should move to the vote. So all those in favour? Is there anyone against? And are there any abstentions?
It's unanimous.
So that's unanimous. Okay. Second motion this evening, proposed by Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Conservative group have brought this motion today, which is about giving councillors the tools we need to do our jobs effectively, transparently, and in the best interest of the people of Gloucester. We are elected to represent our communities, scrutinise decisions and share policy, but we cannot do this without access to timely and relevant information. This motion proposes that all members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and ideally in time all councillors, be granted access to the Council's performance monitoring system. The ONS statutory guidance states, effective scrutiny depends on timely access to relevant information. Authorities should not withhold information unless there is a legitimate reason, and scrutiny members should be proactive in requesting data, and Council should support this with a culture of openness. Let me be clear, this is not about managing officers. This is not our role. This is about understanding whether the Council is delivering on its commitments across the city, commitments in the corporate plan and the essential services for residents, and the services are being delivered fairly across all wards. Currently, members often rely on officer reports or must chase up answers time and time again for basic questions. This creates delays and puts pressure on officers, but also on members as well when they're getting chased by residents. With direct access to performance data and the explanatory notes officers already enter into the current system, we can answer many of these questions ourselves simply by logging in to the current system. That saves officer time, improves responsiveness, and strengthens accountability. Now, there will be some people in the room who may not have used the system previously. I haven't, but I would like to reassure you that it is very useful, and it will be a time-saving tool. And it's not just a stream of data, it includes context. Notes that explain delays, changes in data collection, or external pressures. That kind of transparency can help us understand the full picture and respond to residents more effectively. We are at a critical moment. Local government reform is on the horizon. We haven't seen changes of this scale since the 1970s. If we are to contribute meaningfully to that process, we must understand the full scope of what this council does and how well it does it. This motion proposes a responsible framework. Access will be granted under a signed agreement with clear rules and consequences for misuse. It also calls for training, recognising that members engage with information in different ways. Some prefer data, others anecdotal evidence from residents. Both are valid and valuable. This is not about replacing existing arrangements. It's about enhancing them. It's about giving councillors the tools to be more informed, more proactive in shaping policy, more responsive to emerging issues, and more effective in serving our residents and our communities. This motion also reflects recommendations from the recent peer review, which encourage members, especially those on the scrutiny committees, to play a more active role in shaping policy. But to do that, we need to understand what's happening on the ground and the time, not with a report showing us only the items the administration want us to see 6 months later. We can look into policy through our casework and local knowledge, but we can work a lot more effectively with access to citywide data and make real change and quickly. A constant criticism of local authorities are they are not proactive, they don't act quick enough. And let's be fair, sometimes it's true, but it doesn't have to be like that. Let's work together to improve transparency, reduce delays, and ensure that every resident in Gloucester receives the quality of service they deserve. The Lib Dem administration say here today all stood on a manifesto promise of transparency and openness. Let's see if they meant it. Thank you.
Councillor Patel, do you have a seconder?
I second, Councillor.
Okay. Would you like to speak now, or do you reserve the right?
I reserve the right.
Okay, move on to the debate. Councillor Hyman.
Well, councillors are not officers, and the motion is taking scrutiny far beyond its actual remit, and risks officers not being able to get on with their daily work. There would be constant questioning of officers. Scrutiny committee members are not auditors. There are mechanisms within the council to oversee everything, and we have external bodies to work with. Just because the Conservatives took their eye off the ball does not mean we go to extremes. We also have some good new officers, and we should endeavour to keep them, not frighten them off.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The problem I have with this motion is that it takes overview and scrutiny too far, in my opinion. There's a distinction to be drawn between overview and micromanagement. According to the Constitution, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee meets in public to discuss and make recommendations on the development of policies and hold the executive to account for its actions. And the emphasis of the work should be on making a proactive and positive contribution to the development of policy and the discharge of the council's functions. I believe having unfettered access to council officers' work management tool, which is effectively what this is in my opinion, going beyond the reasonable scope of an ONS committee, and it's veering very much into micromanagement territory. Council staff are already under significant pressures at the moment due to their current workload. It's only going to get tougher given the financial position that the council now finds itself in, not to mention all this additional work that's having to be undertaken to prepare for local government whatever that stood for, reform. So to effectively bring in an extra layer of management, this is inevitably going to lead to more work being generated for officers and could have an adverse effect on their productivity rather than the improvement that you're looking for. I think officers could end up spending more time dealing with excessive queries and demands for updates rather than focusing on getting their actual work done. And it's not just the extra work that it creates, it's also the psychological effect it can have. I've seen it and I've experienced it in my own career. When people are constantly being scrutinised, it's very demoralising. You feel distrusted, you feel undervalued, you become fearful of making even the smallest mistakes or of making decisions and then being picked up on it. So you find yourself double and triple checking everything. And then your work rate slows as a result of that. It can result in loss of confidence, in burnout and even health issues. I think a far more constructive approach to achieve the aim of this motion would be for ONS to request a report, say once every quarter, however frequently they want it. It could even be extracted from Pentana and shared with the committee, and then the relevant cabinet member and officers can talk through it and answer any questions in the one session, rather than having to deal with a constant stream of ad hoc questions. So I think we should just let the officers get on with their work. As Councillor Hyman just said, they're very good. They're very good at their job and they've got a lot of work to get through. So let's be sensible about what we're asking of them. I'm very much in favour of transparency and accountability, and that's what the ONS meetings are for. So let's use them for that purpose. Because if we're not careful, this urge to oversee and control every aspect of the officer's work will just create a toxic working environment that will lead to people going off sick or looking for work elsewhere. And that's the last thing we need at the moment.
Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Courtney, thank you. I agree with an awful lot of what you've said. We should really respect what our officers are doing and support them in that. So thank you. I understand the need for transparency, and I have, I guess, mixed views, although that's been helpful. Look, we've got 92 pages of tonight's council papers to get through. And there's not as much on these as there is in an ONS meeting or an audit and governance meeting. And I'm not sure that I can cope with any more than the amount of information that we're dealing with already. I've worked for several local authorities, and we're expected to record detailed information, sometimes confidential, often full of jargon, lots of acronyms in there. And to be honest, if information like that is presented to me, I think I might struggle to understand it. So you're right, we have to trust and rely on officers, the information that is given to us, and we have to trust and rely that it's accurate. I'm quite happy with the reports that come to ONS and Audit and Governance and other such committees. I find them adequately detailed. I find them informative. I understand that others might want more detail, but surely that's what ONS is about, drilling down into the reports that we've already got for more information should we need it. Thank you.
Councillor Gravels.
I sat here listening to Courtney and to Howard. I think that if we had a more robust system of scrutiny in place, some of the issues that we discussed earlier about finances not being up to scratch could have been addressed as that was progressed through the committee cycle, cabinet cycle. And I really do think that if we'd been more robust in our scrutiny of the finances, a lot of the difficult issues that we've had to deal with this evening could have been avoided and we could have picked them up. I'm just so disappointed that the controlling group is saying, no, don't look at us, it's too terrible. Some of the staff might leave, they might be frightened, we might feel intimidated, we might want to change our job. Anybody knows that that is not how scrutiny works when it's done well. But if you really think that this side of the chamber would implement scrutiny in that way, then well, you know deep in your hearts that we wouldn't want to do that. I think that scrutiny adds benefit. I think scrutiny adds involvement of elected members, because a lot of elected members feel that they're just spoon-fed in the areas which we should look at. And I think that enhances the work that we do, and it gives elected members who are on scrutiny something they can really get stuck into. Courtney, you were sort of implying that we would scrutinise individuals and that somebody would come to a scrutiny committee with 6 or 7 people and they'd all be talking to this one person, frightening the life out of them. Well, I'm sure they would frighten the life out of them, but you know really well that that's not how scrutiny works. I think the Pentana system, which is the one used by other authorities. You talked earlier about ChatGPT. Check out ChatGPT and see which authorities are using AI to help them in scrutiny, and things like Pentana as well. So I think you've got nothing to lose. I think you're like scaredy cats. Oh no, don't look at us. Don't bring us in front of. Don't make us accountable. Don't even look at our records. Don't look at our data to see which areas you think would benefit from good scrutiny. And it's not just data in terms of computer data, databases. It's simple things like benchmarking. I suggested to our officers that we might like on scrutiny to look at benchmarking. How's Gloucester doing with our neighbours? How's Gloucester doing
30 seconds.
How's Gloucester doing with other areas? Oh, well, no, that's too complicated. Everything is too complicated. When everything's too complicated, good scrutiny doesn't happen. And I suggested when I began to speak that look at what happened to the finances of this authority, when it wasn't scrutinised effectively. I think you've got nothing to fear, nearly there. I think you've got nothing to fear. Give it a go. Trial it for 6 months. If you don't like it, say, we've tried it, everything that was said wouldn't work, isn't working, but we've given it a go. Give it a go. You've got nothing to worry about.
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do take issue with this motion. As a former chair of scrutiny, the person who chaired it the last 3 years before this new administration came in, I always felt that we used the information we were given effectively. We had enough, I felt, that we required, but I always had the option of asking for more. And I think occasionally I might have done that. And I think that the chair the current chair, has that facility too. And does he exercise that? Well, he can do. So I really think that this is an unfortunate motion that's really going to put pressure on officers. Furthermore, I think there's been a lot of talk tonight about transparency. The other side forget that we are the administration that brought back in verbal questions. We had that earlier tonight, 45 minutes of verbal questions. We didn't have that before. We had written questions, and that was a lot less transparent, and you were able to ask a lot less, I felt, with that. You can get more scrutiny by being able to put a cabinet member on the spot, as you have done to me and all my colleagues on several occasions. That's absolutely right. That's how it should be. But, you know, you have all these functions that you can use. You have written questions to cabinet members at cabinet meetings. You have verbal questions at full council. You have other ways. You can always email the officers. I'm not aware of any officers ever saying to me or other members, no, you can't have that information unless it's protected in some way, it's commercially sensitive or something like that. And even then it will be, you know, at the meetings, it will be presented under green papers. But whenever I've asked, and perhaps it's because I'm a cabinet member, I don't know, but I don't think it is. I think whenever I've asked for information, it's been forthcoming. And you can ask officers, you know, if you can't get the information from the officers, and you should be able to, you can bring it to a council meeting and ask the cabinet member, ask them a written question, ask them a verbal question. But what I don't see working very well is if officers are constantly beset by councillors asking them for more and more information, which they could get in the meetings in the proper way. There is such a thing as too much information, as we all know. And, you know, some meetings, you get long reports, and it's a midweek meeting, and you've got a 200-page document, and that's not the only thing on the agenda. And
30 seconds.
Are we going to read it all? It's hard to do that. And I think the amount of information we have is good. I think the administration is very transparent, very open. We're not hiding anything. Happy to be scrutinised, but there is a level at which you push the administration too much, and you push the officers, and you push them away. That's the risk.
Councillor Shervey.
Thank you. While I've always stressed the importance of being open and transparent, we also need to think carefully about how this proposal will affect officers. More broadly, how we access the information as well. At first glance, the more access might seem a step forward in openness, but it does come with risks. Officers could be overwhelmed by the constant requests for clarification, because that is exactly what will come from it. The system in question, Pentana, is designed to track officers' actions and council actions and councillors would want. It's also not there to monitor the corporate plan, which is what we should be focused on. The data that's on Pentana is largely based on quarterly returns, which means it might be outdated depending on what you're looking for. It's not live, it's not real time, so it won't help with your urgent casework or any local issues that you might be looking at it for. Some of the data may also include personal data, which raises serious concerns about data protection. I think instead we should really be focusing on requesting reports in the right way. We can already do that through overview and scrutiny. That way, the data that you receive is relevant and in the context of the way you've asked for it. By going to overview and scrutiny, you also get to quiz the cabinet member, and you also get the officer for the technical detail. So I really urge everybody to reject this motion, and we should really stay focused on holding the council to account, the cabinet to account, and officers, but in the right way. Thank you.
Councillor Radley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to know, you are our mayor, not our chairman, and it's lovely that that we remember that. In some ways, the debate hurts just a little bit. You mentioned on the other side of our current chamber, you mentioned your side, as if scrutiny is some sort of political battle. But that's that, councillor. I'll talk to the mayor. My apologies. It's not. We hand our ribbons in at the door. I am under the same duties and obligations as a member of the administration to scrutinise my cabinet colleagues. I ask questions, and sometimes I get grief for my questions, because that's our duty as members of the committee. So it does hurt a little bit that we're forgetting that this is not a political thing. It is a council responsibility for good governance. I've thought about this. I've thought about, will it be useful for me? And what I've concluded is, will I actually be effective in engaging with this information? Will I understand it enough to draw good, balanced conclusions? Or will I act inappropriately because I don't have enough context? And echoing the thoughts of others, I don't think I could invest enough time and energy in understanding this raw data in a way that would bring benefit. So after much thinking about this, because it is an interesting idea, I've decided that I will vote against. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor. Thank you. The Lib Dem manifesto said transparency was one of its key aims. This is not transparent. This is withholding information. Accountability, integrity, objectivity, honesty, selfishness and leadership. Accountability, Nolan principle, being accountable, letting us see these figures, letting us see this data, let us see this information will make the council accountable, which is what we're elected to do. Integrity, if there's anything you're hiding, you're being open and honest, you're being transparent. That's being integrity, that's showing integrity. You're not doing that, you're hiding and you're withholding information. Objectivity, that's for us to be objective, that's for us to challenge, that's for us to test, that's for us to scrutinise. Honesty, be honest with the figures, let us see them. Like, what are you hiding? Why are you hiding it? Some of us might not understand data, some of us do. Let us have a look at that information. That's what being a councillor is. The LJ states that councillors should be from all spectrums of the community. Rich, poor, wealthy, middle class, diverse, different cultures, different backgrounds, different ethnicities. People employed, some people unemployed. That's what it should be about. And you're hiding that information. You're stopping it to be fair. Selfishness. You're being selfish. That's what you're doing. By withholding information, you're being selfish. And leadership. One of the main Nolan principles. That's being showing you're a weak leader if you're scared to show the information and let us challenge it. So the Nolan principles itself give 7 reasons why this should be, this information should be available. And with regards to the ONS, about there being good challenges before and it being a great ONS, the peer review 2023 said ONS was not as effective as it could be, and Councillor Sebastian Field. So unfortunately, the peer report goes against what you said, Councillor Sebastian Field. It shows you not up to scratch. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Okay, Councillor Patel, would you like to sum up?
Sorry. No, I want to speak.
Councillor Miller, would you like to speak?
I have nothing to add, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Patel, then, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know all the comments that have been made, but I think on the opposite side, they're missing the point. This is all about transparency. This is almost like you're trying to hide something and you don't want us to find out. And that's why you are towing the line that you are. You say this will take up a lot of officer time. Quite the opposite, because members of the ONS committee will be able to log into the system and look at data themselves and analyse that data. So they'll actually be saving officer time, because they won't be having to send emails after emails after emails requesting this, that and the other. And then when they do request it, they don't get a complete answer. They then have to send another email, and that's actually what takes longer. So this will actually be beneficial for officers, for yourselves on the cabinet as well, and for the ONS committee. I think I can't understand why, one of the members said we don't want to add an extra layer of management. Who's adding an extra layer of management? You're making it up as you go along. This is preposterous. And to suggest that we don't care about the officers, absolutely we do, 100%. We care about all our officers and councillors' health and well-being, and so we should, and also we do trust them as well. And Councillor Gravel said that often we are spoon-fed information, and sometimes it's that spoon-fed information that we get that you want us to see. What about the information that you don't want us to see? That's what we want. That's what we would like to have access to the systems. And the idea about benchmarking, I think that's a fantastic idea, that we are benchmarking with other authorities, especially similar-sized authorities or neighbouring authorities. And as for Councillor Field, talking about transparency by having verbal questions at members' questions. We used to have that in the past when I used to be a cabinet member, and that wasn't a problem. That was never a problem. But for him to say that we got members' questions and therefore that's enough, actually no, because when we ask a question, Councillor Hilton takes 10 minutes to answer it, so he's eating into our time anyway. Whereas if we had a written question, we could have got a proper answer, and then we could have taken it from there. So, and Councillor Field again talks about transparency. But where was the transparency when we had the email about the Ubico growth plan? Where was it? You didn't send one email to say this is what the Ubico growth plan is about to members. We had to ask, we had to send request a call-in.
20 seconds.
We requested a call-in. We were told we needed this information, that information, and it resulted in umpteen emails. Whereas when we were running the administration, we were very transparent. That's why we made life easy for the opposition, and we gave you the information. What we found in the last 12 months is the complete opposite. You're making it hard for us. We're having to jump through barriers and hoops to get information.
Councillor Patel.
So please support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to a vote. Let's move to a vote. All those in favour of the motion? All those against?
No voting tonight, guys.
Yep. Any abstentions? Okay, that motion is lost. We have 5 minutes remaining to debate the next motion before we must come to a vote within the hour. Would the mover still like to move the motion?
I think the mover would, because she's delayed this one from July on account of us running out of time.
But I want moving on.
The thing is we're
We've
not
got-
having any motions in November that
There
I'm
are
aware of.
there's approximately five or 6 minutes remaining. So let's just begin.
Okay, so I don't think anyone's disagreeing when I say that the empty shops in our city centre are a problem. The high street rental auctions and new government legislation that brings back empty buildings into use by encouraging their owners to sign up to a government scheme to help them pay for improvements so they can be rented out for new retail use. Bringing these empty units back into use is vital to transforming the look and the feel of the city centre for both visitors and residents alike. Alongside this, the council also needs to step up and start getting on top of council-owned buildings that are currently sitting empty. By approaching the problem from both sides, should be possible to kickstart the regeneration of the city centre and breathe life back into our retail offering. Early adopters of this policy are Barnsley, Broxton, London Borough of Camden and Hillingdon, Lichfield, North Northamptonshire, North Somerset, Westminster City, Lewisham and Rugby Borough. Tonight, let us vote for Gloucester City Council to join these pioneers. I urge you to vote for the motion.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor James? Councillor Sims, would you like to speak now or do you reserve the right?
Yes, I do. Right, okay. I'm making it quick if I can. Thank you, Mayor and Sheriff. I second this motion with pride and purpose. Being born and bred in Gloucester has given me a long view. I've seen our city centre thrive and I've seen it become a barren, empty shops, quiet streets, a place we pass through, not gathered in. But now there is hope because the former Debenhams University campus shows us that there's a possibility, there's a blueprint for vibrancy and renewal. This motion gives us the next step. It enables Gloucester City Council to use the rental auctions legislation to compel action from private landlords returning long empty units to active community-centred use. It also calls for a full audit, unused council buildings, especially near Eastgate Centre. And also, as mentioned, the new Debenhams Centre has actually given that blueprint and the footprint to show that all of the city centres should be occupied and should show vibrancy and history. Hold on, I'm being quick. It also calls for a full, this is about more than the retail, it's about creating spaces for local entrepreneurs, cafes, cultural hubs, young people, especially the mental health support and training centres, right? There's also the young people with additional learning needs. There's the elderly. We're all getting there. We're all getting into a pensioner age. And we need the space. We need to occupy the city centre. That is the short version of it. Thank you very much. And look forward to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Councillor Dr. Trimnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this quick, actually, because I know with the time, so I'll try and take some of my speech out. I just really wanted to say that, you know, walk down any high street today and look in Gloucester as well, and hundreds across this country, and you'll see the same story unfolding. Boarded or, at worst, broken windows, faded signs, and a forlorn, desolate structure where trade once used to live. Every empty shop tells a silent story, dreams that couldn't survive, and families losing livelihoods. Many of us are reminded every day when we walk past such empty buildings in this city. We only have to look at the 2 empty shops on College Street as you go towards the cathedral. That was once the home of the 2 lovely independent shops there, the Candle Tree. Empty now for quite some time. Our high streets should not be regarded as just rows of shops, but the heartbeat of our communities, where we don't just buy, but also meet friends and bump into neighbours. They are not simply places of consumption, but of connection, and they need to be protected as such. And it is for this reason that I am so grateful for Councillor James and Councillor Sims for bringing this motion to Council. It is vital these powers you have spoken about come in to fill our empty shops and revitalise our high street. I will very much be supporting this motion, as there are too many shops in our own city of Gloucester that are standing empty and something has to be done to fill them. So thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
I propose point of order 15.13. The question now be put.
We'll continue with the debate. Yeah. No. Councillor Patel, please.
It is your birthday.
Councillor Patel, please. We've got literally second. No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please make it brief.
Fantastic news. The high street rental auctions This was forced landlords to rent out persistently vacant shops, and there are plenty of vacant shops in our city centre, just like everywhere else up and down the country. And we need to remind members that this was a Conservative policy first announced in May 2024, and I'm pleased to see that the Labour government is now continuing with that in the attempt to improve and regenerate our city centres. Thank you.
Okay, we've now reached a 4-hour point, and I invite the Managing Director to explain the procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Rule 6 of the Constitution says at the conclusion of the 4th hour, the meeting will close and any remaining business will be void. Our interpretation of that is that we move immediately to the vote on this motion without any summing up, and we take a vote, and then after that, the meeting closes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Councillor Tracy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to the vote. Thank you, thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions?
We want to thank them.
Okay, that's carried. Before the meeting finishes, before we all stand up and leave, I just want to put on record my huge thanks for everybody's measured debate this evening and good conduct. And it's been a pleasure to sit here and chair the meeting this evening. I'm not the chair, I am the mayor. Thank you.